Chapter 357. Sandstone Island. This was a desolate desert, surrounded by small hills made up of yellow sand. Layers upon layers of sand sat in the surroundings, but at a glance, it was a magnificent sight. The scorching sun in the sky was like a furnace, emitting a scorching heat, roasting this desert until wisps of transparent steam continuously rose. Hiss! A python-like hissing sound slowly sounded out. Soon after, above an unremarkable small hill in this desert, the space above it actually began to distort. Soon after, a golden light pillar suddenly tore through space and gushed out, finally appearing above this hill. Moments later, the golden light faded away, and three figures slowly emerged from the light. When his feet stepped on the somewhat soft sand, Zhuo Wen's originally somewhat absent-minded mind instantly recovered its clarity. The yuan power in his body suddenly circulated, dispelling the feeling of weakness that was caused by the teleportation, after which his eyes instantly focused on his surroundings. Soon after, an unfamiliar area completely appeared in his line of sight. Is this the inside of the Yuan Energy Tower? Zhuo Wen's lips involuntarily squirmed as he gazed at the scene of yellow sand all around him. Such rich yuan power. Zhuo Wen was only momentarily distracted by the unfamiliar environment that had suddenly appeared around him. Soon after, he felt that the yuan power in his surroundings had actually reached a rather astonishing level. Fiercely sucking in a breath, Zhuo Wen immediately felt a vigorous yuan power surge into his body through his nose. After being refined by his channels, it turned into surging yuan power, spreading to every corner of his body like a warm current, all of it gathered in his dantian. Feeling the increase in yuan power in his dantian, a trace of shock surfaced in Zhuo Wen's eyes. Just the yuan power in this place was actually several times denser than outside of the Yuan Energy Tower. Moreover, Zhuo Wen could also feel the absorption speed of the yuan power in his dantian suddenly increase. The rate at which it was growing had also become much faster than outside. He knew that the reason for all of this was because the yuan power in this place was simply too astonishing. Even if Zhuo Wen did not deliberately cultivate, the yuan power in the outside world would still endlessly flow into his body. No wonder countless geniuses in Muqin province want to enter the Yuan Energy Tower. The yuan power in this rather unremarkable place is already so terrifyingly rich. The cultivation speed in here far surpasses the outside world. Feeling the rich yuan power in his surroundings, Zhuo Wen could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Beside Zhuo Wen, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying similarly felt the rich yuan power in the surrounding air, unable to conceal the excitement on their faces. As expected of the inside of the Yuan Energy Tower, the yuan power inside is actually so rich. Cultivating with such rich yuan power is many times faster than cultivating outside. Hu Wuying could not help but exclaim. Gu Xian nodded slightly, then looked around, then looked at Zhuo Wen and said, "Brother Zhuo Wen, now that we have entered the Yuan Energy Tower, this should be the first floor of the Yuan Energy Tower. So what should we do next? How do we enter the second floor?" Hu Wuying's gaze also converged on Zhuo Wen. Among the three of them, Zhuo Wen was the strongest, so Gu Xian and Hu Wuying naturally followed Zhuo Wen's lead. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhuo Wen also felt somewhat helpless. In fact, he also did not know what to do after entering the first floor. But at this moment, the mundane rank token on Zhuo Wen's waist suddenly released a dazzling light. Then this light suddenly turned into a ray of light that shot into the sky. At the same time, Zhuo Wen and the other two were shocked to discover that in the distance, there were also similar rays of light that shot into the sky. There were more than 100,000 of them densely packed together, and so many rays of light gathered above the void, suddenly turning into a light screen that was dozens of feet in size. The scene on the light screen flickered, and an extremely large island appeared on it. Lu Nanshan's voice also sounded in the hearts of countless cultivators. The first floor of the Yuan Energy Tower is an endless ocean. In this endless ocean, there are 1,000 islands called Ascension Islands, representatives of the major forces who entered the Yuan Energy Tower. You were randomly sent to an island, and if you want to enter the second floor, you must defeat the representatives of the other forces on the island and seize the central control of the island. Only by seizing the central control of the island can you use the Ascension Islands to break through the void of the first floor of the Yuan Energy Tower and reach the second floor. So, fight to your heart's content. Only the brave and the strong can enter the second floor. Of course, if some of you are afraid, you can also give up. You just need to erase the words on your waist token, and the Yuan Energy Tower will automatically teleport you out. Also, a reminder, every floor of the Yuan Energy Tower is inhabited by ancient survivors. These ancient survivors are relatively weak, so representatives of the major forces who enter must not indiscriminately kill the innocent. If you kill the innocent, then don't blame this Lu for being impolite. After he finished speaking, L.V. Nanshan's voice came to an abrupt stop, following which the image in the sky also came to a standstill. The light screen was instantly filled with countless words. The content of these words was naturally the distribution of the strength of each island. Silently looking at the contents of the light screen, Zhuowen and the other two quickly found their own information. Looking at the light screen in the void, Zhuowen couldn't help but mutter to himself, "So the island we're on is called Sandstone Island. The island really lives up to its name. It's filled with endless yellow sand." In fact, Zhuowen was more concerned about the so-called ancient survivors. Back then, Gu Yutian had mentioned the ancient survivors to him, but it wasn't very detailed. Now, Lu Nantian had even said that no one was allowed to indiscriminately kill the ancient survivors on the island. But what made Zhuowen feel a little strange was that the ancient survivors sounded like humans from the ancient era. But why were these ancient survivors living in the Yuan Energy Tower? Also, the Yuan energy in the Yuan Energy Tower was so dense, and according to Lu Nanshan's words, it seemed that the ancient survivors were relatively weak. This made Zhuowen feel a little incredulous. In Zhuowen's opinion, even if some cultivators didn't have very high talent, if they constantly cultivated in such an environment, it shouldn't be a problem for them to reach the ultimate emperor realm. Rumor had it that the cultivators of the ancient era were all extremely talented and were extremely monstrous. How could the descendants left behind be as stupid as pigs? Kid, don't think too much. The reason why the ancient survivors in the Yuan Energy Tower are so pitifully weak is mainly because they don't have any cultivation methods. And without a cultivation method, what's the use of having high talent? Suddenly, Xiaohei's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind, but Xiaohei's voice carried a trace of emotion. No cultivation methods? How is that possible? The martial Dao was so prosperous in the ancient times. Since these are the remnants of the ancient times, they should naturally possess the techniques passed down by their ancestors. How could they not have any cultivation techniques? Zhuowen frowned as he muttered to himself, "Hee, what you said is naturally reasonable, but it's a pity that the cultivation methods passed down by their ancestors have basically been taken away. This Dragon Lord can clearly tell you that this Yuan Energy Tower is actually a prison with unlimited space, and those ancient survivors are like prisoners. They don't have the slightest bit of freedom to speak of." Xiaohei said somewhat mockingly, "The Yuan Energy Tower is a prison? Xiaohei, what is the origin of this Yuan Energy Tower? Can you tell me in detail?" After listening to Xiaohei's explanation, Zhuowen's brows furrowed even more. He suddenly felt that this so-called Yuan Energy Tower seemed to be hiding many secrets. Xiao Hei's voice in his mind suddenly went silent for a while, and then said somewhat emotionally, "There are some things that you're better off not knowing now. I can only say that this Yuan Energy Tower is somewhat related to you, so after entering the Yuan Energy Tower, you have to grasp it well. Don't be easily eliminated." After saying this somewhat brainless sentence, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly went silent. No matter how Zhuowen called out, there was no more sound. This guy, Zhuowen, knew that Xiao Hei was unwilling to say more, and shook his head helplessly. However, the doubts in his heart deepened. "Xiao Hei said that this Yuan Energy Tower is somewhat related to me? What does this sentence mean? This Yuan Energy Tower has been standing in this world for tens of thousands of years. What does such an ancient thing have to do with me? Maybe Xiao Hei is talking nonsense." Shaking his head, Zhuowen mumbled to himself. Although Zhuowen felt that Xiao Hei was talking nonsense, after entering the Yuan Energy Tower, Zhuowen could faintly feel the blood in his body boiling. There was a trace of surging excitement in his heart. This somewhat abnormal state naturally made Zhuowen even more puzzled. "Zhuowen, this time, if we want to fight for the core of this island, I'm afraid it will become extremely difficult. The Sandstone Island we are on actually has teams from 4 high-ranked cities." Just as Zhuowen's mind was wandering, Gu Xin and Hu Wuying's trembling voices suddenly sounded in his ears. "4 high-ranked cities?" Frowning slightly, Zhuowen looked at the information on the Sandstone Island in the void. Sure enough, he saw the 4 particularly dazzling words at the very front. They were 9 Dragons City, Jiayu City, Thunder Universe City, and Azure Dragon City. The information about each city on the light screen was labeled, so Zhuowen and the others could tell at a glance that 9 Dragons City, Jiayu City, and the other 3 were advanced cities. Zhuowen even saw that Azure Dragon City, which he had met a few times before, was also on the Sandstone Island. "We'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. Right now, we should first consider how to find the central control center of this Ascension Island. If we can find it before the others, we won't have to fight with the others. We can directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the 2nd level," Zhuowen said calmly. Gu Xin and Hu Wuying both nodded when they heard this. However, they knew that with the existence of 4 high-ranked cities, it would be extremely difficult for them to seize the central control of the Ascension Island. Chapter 358. Gu Yutian's anxiety in the open space around the tower. The city lords of the 4 plazas and the 5 powerful beings on the central platform were all quietly watching the light screen above the void. They knew that if someone had already seized the control center of Ascension Island, it would definitely be displayed on the light screen. However, they all knew that the results of the 1st floor of the Origin Chi Tower wouldn't come out so quickly. If it was fast, it might take a few days. If it was slow, it might take a few months. Therefore, although the city lords in the plaza were looking forward to the results, they weren't that anxious. Instead, they gathered in small groups and chatted. Among the 4 plazas, the mundane plazas were the most lively. This was because all the city lords of low-grade cities were gathered here. With the huge population of low-grade cities, the number of city lords of low-grade cities who came to the county capital far exceeded that of high-grade cities and super cities. In an inconspicuous corner of the mortal plaza, Gu Yutian's heart was heavy. He originally thought that after Zhuowen had advanced to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm, there was a very high chance that he would be able to pass the 1st floor of the Origin Chi Tower and squeeze into the top 1,000. However, he didn't expect that Rattan Armor City's luck would be so bad. The Sandstone Island where Rattan Armor City was located had a total of 4 high-level cities. It could be said that they were quite unlucky. One had to know that some islands only had a single team from a high-level city. Some lucky islands didn't even have a single team from a high-level city. Just as Gu Yutian was feeling down, two figures came together and arrived in front of Gu Yutian. One of the two figures had white hair and a bald head. He had a kind smile on his face, and his aura was almost the same as Gu Yutian's. He was also a great Circle Earth King Realm cultivator. The other person was about the same age as Gu Yutian, around 30 years old. His face was resolute and his expression was cold. However, this person's aura caused Gu Yutian to be rather fearful. He was actually a half-step Heavenly King Realm cultivator, just half a step away from advancing to the Heavenly King Realm. This kind of strength was quite rare in a low-level city. At the very least, among the countless low-level cities, this person's strength was definitely at the upper level. "Brother, I'm sorry for disturbing you. There aren't any empty seats around us. Can we take a seat here?" The seemingly amiable bald old man smiled and asked Gu Yutian politely. Looking around the crowded square, Gu Yutian found that there were indeed very few seats around. Only his square was in a remote corner, so there were fewer people and it was more spacious than other places. Gently nodding his head, Gu Yutian waved his right hand, retrieving two rather comfortable chairs from his chinquan bag and placing them beside him. Barely revealing a sliver of a smile, he said, "If the two of you don't mind, please sit beside this Gu. This brother is too courteous. This old man is Blue Rock City's city lord, Lu Nanfeng. This is this old man's good friend, Fiery Flame City's city lord, Qin Hua. May I know your name and city?" Seeing that Gu Yutian was so courteous, the gazes of the two also became somewhat gentle. With a smile on his face, the bald old man sat on the armchair beside Gu Yutian and smilingly asked, "Brother Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. This one is Gu Yutian, the city lord of Rattan Armor City." Gu Yutian cupped his hands politely and said with a smile, "Rattan Armor City?" Lu Nanfeng and Qin Hua's expressions changed slightly when they heard this. Qin Hua stared at Gu Yutian with a cold expression and said, "Brother Gu, is the Rattan Armor City you speak of the one with the half-step ultimate emperor realm geniuses?" Lu Nanfeng and Qin Hua's hearts exploded when they heard the words Rattan Armor City. When the administrator opened the 1,000 Knowledge Scroll, it showed that the strongest cultivator in Rattan Armor City was a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Moreover, that half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator wasn't the city lord. Clearly, he could only be a participant in the Origin Qi Tower battle. The foundation of a low-level city was extremely pitiful. Being able to cultivate a Heavenly King realm genius was already a cause for celebration. However, a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator was something they didn't even dare to think about. Even a high-level city had to pay a great price to cultivate a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator, let alone a low-level city. However, this seemingly unknown Rattan Armor City had done it. Although they had suspected that there was a problem with the 1,000 Knowledge Scroll, they knew that the information within the scroll had been drafted by many experts of the house of Marquis Qin. The probability of a mistake being made was extremely small. Therefore, Rattan Armor City did indeed have a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator. This was why Lu Nanfeng and Qin Hua were so sensitive to the three words Rattan Armor City. When Gu Yutian said that he was the city lord of Rattan Armor City, the two of them could no longer maintain their calm. "It seems that your Rattan Armor City's foundation is very terrifying. To be able to cultivate a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator, your Rattan Armor City's strength must be at the top of all the low-level cities. Your foundation is probably no weaker than a mid-level city." The bald old man, Lu Nanfeng, suddenly became somewhat enthusiastic. He knew that a city that could cultivate a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator, even if it was only a low-level city, was definitely not simple. Even Qin Hua, who was standing beside Lu Nanfeng, had a much more relaxed expression on his face. That was a half-step ultimate emperor realm expert. An expert like that was enough to sweep through any low-level city, so Qinhua's attitude had become much more respectful. Although Guyu Tian was weaker than him, Rattan Armor City had the support of a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator. He didn't dare to offend them in the slightest. Guyu Tian could sense the change in the attitudes of the two people in front of him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, Zhuowen wasn't cultivated by our Rattan Armor City. The main reason why he has today's achievements is because he rose up step by step. If our Rattan Armor City had the foundation to cultivate a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator, then I, as the city lord, wouldn't be at this level of cultivation." Lu Nanfeng and Qin couldn't help but be startled when they heard this. However, the surprise on their faces became even more intense. If Guyu Tian was telling the truth, then this young man called Zhuowen was too terrifying. To be able to break through to the half-step ultimate emperor realm on his own, such a genius would probably be extremely dazzling even in the provincial capital. If this kind of person wasn't born in a low-level city and was born in a super city, then wouldn't he have reached the ultimate emperor realm long ago? The two glanced at each other. Although they'd never met Zhuowen before, a trace of admiration rose in their hearts for Zhuowen. Brother Gu's city has produced such a peerless genius. I'm afraid there's hope for you to enter the top 1,000 in this competition. Let us congratulate Brother Gu first. After hearing Guyu Tian's explanation, Lu Nanfeng and Qin were extremely envious of Guyu Tian. They secretly sighed in their hearts that the cities under their jurisdiction didn't have such a rare genius. Guyu Tian shook his head slightly and said bitterly, "I'm afraid our Rattan Armor City is doomed this time. The two of you can take a look at the situation of our Rattan Armor City's team on the Sandstone Island. You'll know that even with Zhuowen's presence, it'll still be very difficult for us to enter the top 1,000. Oh, the two of them were slightly taken aback. Then, they tilted their heads to look at the information on the Sandstone Island on the light screen. After a while, the two of them frowned and looked at Guyu Tian with pity. I really didn't expect the Sandstone Island to be assigned to teams from 4 high-ranked cities at the same time. I'm afraid the competition on the Sandstone Island is much more intense than on the other islands. Moreover, apart from Azure Dragon City, the remaining 3 cities, Jiayu City, and Thunder Universe City, all have half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivators. Jiayu City, in particular, has more than one half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator. The bald old man, Lu Nanfeng, also sighed. Originally, with Rattan Armor City's overall strength, they had a very high chance of getting into the top 1,000. However, their luck was really bad. There were actually so many strong opponents on the Sandstone Island that they had been assigned. One had to know that the Sandstone Island that Lu Nanfeng and Qin were assigned to only had one team from a high-ranked city. If the other teams on the Sandstone Island joined forces, they might be able to defeat the team from a high-ranked city. However, with 4 teams from high-ranked cities appearing at the same time, the fate of the other teams was naturally sealed. They were bound to fail. Although he had already prepared himself for failure, Guyu Tian was still somewhat unwilling. He hoped that a miracle would happen. He hoped that Zhuowen, who had never been defeated before, would lead Rattan Armor City into the top 1,000. Zhuowen, I can only believe in you now. Looking at the light screen in the sky, Guyu Tian muttered to himself. Compared to the bustling mortal stage plaza, the heaven stage plaza was extremely cold and cheerless. There were only a few dozen figures scattered about in the huge plaza. After all, the heaven stage plaza was the seat for the city lords of the various super cities. The number of super cities in Muqing County did not exceed 3 digits. Therefore, The number of super city lords in the plaza was naturally extremely sparse. At this moment, in the plaza, Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Cho were chatting cheerfully. The atmosphere between the two was quite relaxed. This time, our Broken Rock city's luck is pretty good. There are no super cities on the islands that we were assigned to. The first level is quite easy for us. Ouyang Yuntu looked at the light screen and smiled slightly. The first level only filters out the top 1,000 forces. Our Muqin County has very few super cities, not exceeding 3 digits. With Marquis Lu's methods, he won't let the super cities collide with each other so early. According to the previous rules, the real contact between the super cities should occur on the 3rd level. The first 2 levels should not be difficult for the super cities at all. Chiu Cho smiled faintly. Ouyang Yuntu nodded slightly, then looked at another island. He frowned and said, "However, I'm afraid that Rattan Armor City will have a difficult time competing for the Soaring Island this time. Isn't the probability of encountering 4 teams from high-ranked cities a little too unbelievable? Sigh, that brat Zhuoan has probably already attracted Marquis Lu's attention. A half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator was able to withstand a round of attacks from an Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator. With the Marquis's personality, it's quite impossible for him not to test the kid's strength." Chiu Cho sighed softly. Chapter 359. Illusory Array on the highest platform. Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, the Imperial Sword Sect Master, Marquis Baichuan, and Marquis Yongsheng were all standing there quietly. They were all staring at the light screen in the sky. "Brother Lu, I heard that eldest heir LV Itao's ranking on the Green Emperor leaderboard has risen by 2 places again. He has risen from 17th place to 15th place. I'm afraid that eldest heir LV Itao has already broken through to the ultimate 5-wheel emperor stage." The Meteorite Garden Master's beautiful eyes moved as she stared at LV Nantian, who was not far away, and chuckled. When the master of the meteorite said this, the other 3 also focused their gazes on Lu Nantian. They had naturally heard about the change in Lu Itao's ranking on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. Although they had some guesses in their hearts, they naturally hoped to hear Lu Nantian admit it himself. Lu Nantian's eyes flashed as he laughed. Sister Meteorite is indeed smart. Everyone should know that the minimum requirement to reach the 15th place on the Azure Emperor leaderboard is the Ultimate Emperor stage. Since Tao is ranked 15th, there is no doubt about his strength. First Heir is indeed the number 1 genius of Muqin County. He can be considered as the 3rd genius from the 8 great counties to enter the top 15 of the Azure Emperor list. Although his strength can't compare to the 2 monstrous geniuses from the Frozen Ice County and the Flowing Flame County, there isn't much of a difference. The master of the Meteorite Garden said with a sigh. Yes, the Crown Prince is indeed extremely talented. Geniuses from the 8 great counties who can enter the top 15 of the Azure Emperor leaderboard are considered extremely monstrous existences. It's a pity that no one has entered the top 10 of the Azure Emperor leaderboard until now. The sect master of the Imperial Sword School, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. The Azure Xian Empire had a total of 9 great counties. Among them, the Imperial Capital County, where the Azure Emperor resided, was the center of the empire. At the same time, it had the largest territory and countless monstrous geniuses. The top 10 monstrous geniuses were basically all from the Imperial Capital County. There were a total of 100 monstrous geniuses on the Azure Emperor rankings, and almost half of them were from the Imperial City. This was enough to show how powerful and prosperous the Imperial City was. Apart from the Imperial Capital County, the other 8 counties basically followed the lead of the Imperial Capital County. Among them, the Icebound County and the Flowing Flame County were the two strongest counties after the imperial capital county. Next to these two counties was Muqin County. Originally, in the top 15 of the Azure Emperor ranking list, only the monstrous geniuses of the Icebound County and the Flowing Flame County had entered the rankings. They were ranked 11th and 13th, respectively. Now, LV Yitao had entered the top 15, which could be considered as giving Muqin County a lot of face. Speaking of which, the Imperial Capital County is really too powerful. Even if the combined strength of all 8 counties is combined, I'm afraid it's still no match for the Imperial Capital County. Marquis Baichuan sighed. When he mentioned the Imperial Capital Prefecture, his face was filled with awe. Looking at the gloomy atmosphere around him, Lu Nantian smiled and said, "It's natural for the Imperial Capital County to be powerful. After all, that place is personally overseen by the Qing Emperor. If it still can't compare to our 8 counties, then wouldn't it be a real joke?" That's true. After all, the entire Qing Xian Empire was founded by the Qing Emperor alone. I heard that the Qing Emperor is the only emperor realm powerhouse in our Qing Xian Empire. The county overseen by such a powerhouse is bound to be a place with outstanding talents. There's nothing for us to be envious of. The somewhat effeminate Marquis, Yongsheng, raised his orchid fingers and said softly, "Yes, actually, I don't care much about this battle for the Vitality Tower. Instead, I care about the upcoming battle of the 9 counties. That's the real cruel battle, and it's a cruel battle between monstrous geniuses. If there are geniuses in our Muqin County who can stand out in that battle, then it's really a blessing for our Muqin County." Lu Nantian suddenly said seriously, "Brother Lu is right. For us, the real challenge should be the battle of the 9 counties. That's a world war personally overseen by the Qing Emperor. Those who perform well will not only be conferred the title of Marquis by the Qing Emperor, but they will also be rewarded with extremely precious treasures like the heaven-rank spirit treasure. Apart from that, there are also countless resources." The master of the meteorite said, with some yearning, when they heard about the heaven-rank spirit treasure. A trace of hope and desire appeared in the eyes of the other 4 people on the platform. The heaven-rank spirit treasure was an even more powerful spirit treasure. Its might far surpassed that of an earth-rank spirit treasure. Even the 5 experts on the platform who had seen a lot of things coveted and desired such a spirit treasure. Compared to the calm outside of the Yuan Qi Tower, the inside of the Yuan Qi Tower was rather tragic. On the numerous islands in the endless ocean of the first level of the Yuan Qi Tower, numerous practitioners were constantly fighting and risking their lives. All of the practitioners were tense as they explored the unknown territory of the island step by step, hoping to find the control center of the island. On the endless desert of the Sandstone Island, there were 3 figures slowly walking in this endless sea of sand. These 3 figures were Zhuowen, Gu Xian, and Hu Wuying of Ratan Armor City. "Zhuowen, this sea of sand is endless. We can't see the end of it at all. We've already walked for half a day, but we still haven't seen the slightest trace of human habitation. We haven't even seen a decent building." Strolling on the sand, Gu Xian suddenly complained. The 3 of them had already been on the Sandstone Island for more than half a day. During this time, the 3 of them had basically been rushing in the same direction without stopping. However, to their disappointment, this desert seemed to have no end. Apart from the overlapping hills, there was not even a blade of grass growing. Zhuowen's brows were also tightly knitted. He felt that something was very wrong with this desert, but he couldn't tell what it was. After thinking for a while, Zhuowen took out 2 jade tokens from his Qianquan bag and handed them to Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, saying, "These 2 jade tokens contain the aura I left behind. The area of this desert is probably quite vast." The three of us are really too slow. I'll go out and investigate first. If I can find some clues, I'll follow the aura on these jade tokens to find you. How about it? Gu Xin and Hu Wuying heard this and immediately nodded in agreement. Zhuowen was the strongest and had many tricks up his sleeves. It was the wisest choice to let him go out and investigate. Brother Zhua, we'll listen to everything you say. We'll wait for you here, but you have to be careful. Gu Xin and Hu Wuying took the jade tokens and said rather cautiously. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. Then he gently stomped his foot on the ground, and 2 pairs of lightning wings suddenly sprouted from his back. They were the lightning serpent wings and the lightning serpent wings. Then Zhuowen lightly stomped his foot and directly turned into a lightning shadow and disappeared in front of Gu Xin and Hu Wuying, leaving behind only a somewhat ear-piercing sound of thunder. Brother Zhua's lightning wing secret technique is really enviable. I'm afraid that his speed is much faster than an ordinary Ultimate Emperor realm expert. Hu Wuying looked at Zhuowen in the distance and said rather enviously, I, Gu Xin, rarely admire people, but Brother Zhua has made me admire him. Whether it is in terms of strength or temperament, I'm far inferior to him. The 2 of us are too weak, so we can't always rely on Brother Zhua's protection. We also need to improve our strength as soon as possible. I don't want to become a burden to Brother Zhua at a critical time. Gu Xin said rather seriously. After saying this, Gu Xin sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the rich yuan qi in the surroundings to cultivate. Seeing Gu Xin like this, Hu Wuying naturally didn't want to fall behind. He also sat cross-legged on the sand and silently cultivated. Whoosh! Above the endless yellow sand, a bolt of lightning flashed and disappeared. Then it stopped at the top of a rock wall that was almost weathered and full of holes, revealing a slender figure. I still can't see the end. After using the lightning serpent wings and lightning flood dragon wings, even some Ultimate Emperor realm experts can't compare to my speed. Moreover, I can travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. I've been flying at this speed for nearly 4 hours, but I still can't see the edge of this desert. What's going on? Zhuowen stood on the rock wall and felt even more puzzled. Kid, can't you see that you've already fallen into an illusion? Actually, it's not that this desert is endless, but that you're basically walking in the same place and haven't moved much. Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. An illusion? No wonder I can't fly out of this desert for so long. It turns out that I've already fallen into an illusion. But why is there an illusion here? Could it be a trap set by the teams from other cities? Zhuowen was shocked when he heard this. That shouldn't be possible, because the moment the 3 of you entered this sandstone island, you fell into an illusion. How could the teams from other cities predict that you would appear here? Moreover, an illusion of this level is rather powerful. It's not something that can be set up in a short period of time. Xiaohei's voice contained some thought. Since they aren't cultivators from other cities, who else could have set up an illusion of this level? Zhuowen's brows furrowed even more tightly. Aren't there many ancient survivors living on this island? Perhaps these formations were set up by those ancient survivors. Xiaohei suddenly said, Ancient survivors? Zhuowen's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Since they weren't cultivators from other cities, it was very likely that they were ancient survivors who had originally lived on this sandstone island. Right now, Zhuowen wasn't familiar with this sandstone island at all. He was basically groping around in the dark. In such an unfamiliar environment, how was Zhuowen supposed to find the so-called control center of the entire island? The ancient survivors of this island were the natives of this place. If Zhuowen could find these ancient survivors, he might be able to gain a deeper understanding of this island. Moreover, he might even be able to obtain a valuable map from them. Chapter 360. Breaking the Araya, black light shot out from between his brows and turned into a Xiaohe dog. Xiaohe crossed his little paws and chuckled. Although this illusion array is quite mysterious, it's not difficult for this dragon lord. Then I'll leave it to you. Zhuowen nodded lightly and sighed in his heart. He understood Xiaohe's character quite well. Although this fellow was unreliable at times, he would not be careless at critical moments. This dragon lord will first investigate this desert. If I can find the eye of this illusion array, then it'll be easy to break it. Xiaohe chuckled. Whoosh! Blackie took a step forward and turned into a black ray of light that shot into the sky. It carefully observed the situation in the desert from thousands of miles above the ground. Zhuowen did not disturb Xiaohe. Instead, he sat cross-legged on a weathered rock and closed his eyes to feel the quail-egg-sized power of heaven and earth in his dantian. He realized that after entering the Yuan Qi Tower, the speed at which the power of heaven and earth in his dantian absorbed Yuan Qi had greatly increased. Fortunately, the Yuan Qi around the sandstone island was rich enough, so Zhuowen did not feel strained at all. With this power of heaven and earth in my dantian, I'm afraid that advancing to the ultimate emperor realm will not be difficult for me. However, I've heard from Xiaohe that when a cultivator advances to the ultimate emperor realm, there's a certain chance that a tribulation of heaven and earth will descend. Moreover, the more heaven-defying a cultivator is, the greater the chance of this happening. According to Xiaohe's guess, it's very likely that a tribulation of heaven and earth will descend upon me when I advance to the ultimate emperor realm. I need to accumulate and prepare well. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was full of caution. A tribulation of heaven and earth could be considered a test for heaven-defying cultivators. This kind of test was extremely terrifying and powerful. Even some heaven-defying cultivators could lose their lives in a tribulation of heaven and earth if they were not careful. In fact, for Zhuowen, who had the power of heaven and earth in his dantian, he could break through to the ultimate emperor realm at any time. The only thing that he was afraid of was the tribulation of heaven and earth. If he did not make preparations, it would be a tragedy if he lost his life in the tribulation of heaven and earth. If my jade body tempering technique can reach the 7th level, the strength of my body will be comparable to an ordinary earth-rank spirit treasure. Even an all-out attack from an ultimate emperor realm cultivator would not be able to break my body. Then, I'll be even more confident in overcoming the tribulation of heaven and earth. It's just that quenching crystal jade is too rare. I wonder if there's such a treasure in the Essence Qi Tower. Zhuowen could not help but shake his head and sigh when he thought about the rarity and preciousness of the refined crystal jade. He had once searched for the refined crystal jade in the mysterious treasure pavilion, and even asked the person in charge there, but he did not find any clues. Whoosh! Just as Zhuowen was thinking about the tribulation of heaven and earth in his heart, Xiaohe suddenly descended from the sky and arrived in front of Zhuowen. He said with a serious expression, "Kid, I'm afraid this illusory formation is not that simple." "Oh, not simple? Have you found the core of the formation?" Zhuowen was startled and hurriedly asked. "I've found it, but this dragon lord has observed for a while and found that there is more than one great formation in this area. In other words, there is an even more powerful formation outside this illusory formation. Judging from the aura overflowing from that formation, it should be an imprisonment formation." Xiaohe said with a rather ugly expression. "There's another formation? This is only a desert, but there are so many formations set up here. I'm afraid this place is very important to the person who set up the formations. However, let's break the formation core of the illusory formation first." Zhuowen said calmly after pondering for a moment. Then come with me. Xiao He nodded seriously. Then he hooked his little claws and broke through the void and flew into the distance. Zhuowen unfolded his lightning wings and followed behind Xiao He at a leisurely pace. The two of them flew for about an hour and soon arrived at the formation core. When Zhuowen arrived at the destination, he could not help but be stunned. This was because there was a huge stone tablet standing in the middle of the place. This stone tablet was dozens of feet tall, and there were some complicated symbols carved on the front of the stone tablet. These symbols were very obscure and messy, and Zhuowen could not understand them at all. It's really a huge stone tablet? Xiao He, is this stone tablet the core of this illusory formation? Zhuowen looked up at the stone tablet that was like a mountain range, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This dragon lord can feel that the foundation of this illusory formation is made up of this stone tablet. This stone tablet looks ordinary on the surface, but I can feel that the energy that maintains this illusory formation should be flowing out from this stone tablet. As long as this stone tablet is broken, the entire illusory formation will be difficult to maintain. At that time, it will break by itself. Xiao He smiled faintly. Then I'll give it a try. As he spoke, Zhuowen patted his chinquan bag and took out a huge blood-red long spear. A clear sound of the spear suddenly rang out. Then Zhuowen took a step forward, and the spear was like a swimming dragon as it pierced towards the bottom of the stone tablet. Clang! A clear sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Zhuowen felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. Then he could not help but retreat continuously under the effect of the huge recoil. He retreated for more than 10 steps before he could barely stop his body. What a tough stone tablet! The Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear is a high-grade soul treasure, yet it did not leave a single mark on the surface of this stone tablet. Zhuowen's pupils shrunk as he looked at the stone tablet that was not damaged at all. Ha! Do you think that something that can be used as the formation core will be so weak? Brat, you'd better show me your true strength. Otherwise, don't even think about breaking this stone tablet. Xiao He hovered at one side and sneered. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and did not care about Xiao He's sarcastic remarks. His eyes stared intently at the stone tablet. His right hand tightened on the spear's hilt as he took another step forward. Then he leaped and directly jumped onto the top of the stone tablet. At the same time, the countless acupuncture points on Zhuowen's body suddenly opened. Streams of rich blood qi suddenly gushed out from his acupuncture points and gathered around the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear. Watch how I break you. Demon Moon Secret Manual 4th Style. Blood Rupture Style. The Blood Rupture Style was the most violent style in the Demon Moon Secret Manual. At the same time, it was also the most powerful style. When the spear was unleashed, it was as if a sea of blood had collapsed and green stones were splattered with blood. Rumble! The spear was suddenly thrust out, and the space behind Zhuowen immediately split open. Soon after, a huge blood-colored spear shadow that was wrapped in an endless sea of blood suddenly shot out. With a swoosh sound, it violently smashed against the stone tablet. Boom! The instant the blood-colored spear shadow made contact with the stone tablet, countless gales were forcefully created within a 100-mile radius of the stone tablet. Yellow sand that filled the sky raged within this 100-mile radius, transforming into an extremely terrifying sandstorm. Crack! A clear sound suddenly rang out. Soon after, traces of cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the stone tablet that was hundreds of feet large. Soon after, these traces of cracks rapidly spread. Finally, the stone tablet collapsed inch by inch. As soon as the stone tablet was broken, Zhuowen immediately discovered that the surrounding environment had changed abruptly. Although it was still a desert, Zhuowen looked as far as he could and saw a lush green oasis in the distance. The surrounding environment was no longer the boundless yellow desert scene. Ha ha! It has indeed been broken. There seems to be an oasis thousands of miles away. It seems that there is an ancient remnant living there. When the time comes, we can go to the oasis and ask about this sandstone island. Looking at the oasis in the distance, Zhuowen said in a carefree mood, "Yes. However, there is still a confinement array in the area you are in. If you do not break that confinement array, you will still not be able to leave." Xiaohe crossed her little claws and said indifferently, "Let's talk about the confinement array later. I will go and meet up with Guexian and Hu Wuying first. When the time comes, we will think of a way to break this confinement array." After Xiaohe's reminder, Zhuowen discovered that within 1,000 miles of the stone tablet, there was a layer of transparent barrier that was faintly discernible. Clearly, this barrier should be the confinement array that Xiaohe had mentioned. Then do as you wish. This confinement array is actually not that strong. With your strength, if you use some trump cards, you can definitely break it with brute force. Xiaohe did not object. She spread out her claws and turned into a black light that entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows. With a step, Zhuowen unfolded his lightning wings and left this place. However, what he did not notice was that there was an extremely deep and narrow cave below the shattered stone tablet. There was a faint trace of evil aura slowly flowing out from the depths of this cave. Thousands of miles away from the stone tablet, there was an oasis that spanned dozens of miles. There were many simple houses built from trees in this oasis, and there were many figures in these houses. There were not many people in this oasis, only about a few thousand people. However, there was a slight difference between the people in this oasis and Zhuowen's group. Everyone here had a deep black brand between their eyebrows. The black brand looked like a ferocious beast with a sinister face, and it was quite a strange sight. At the center of the oasis was a rather large lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a rather magnificent white stone palace quietly sitting in the middle of the lake. This palace was the biggest highlight of this oasis. Everyone in the oasis looked at the palace in the middle of the lake with reverence and worship in their eyes. This was because this palace was the protector of this oasis. Without this palace, they would not be able to survive in this desert. Inside the white stone palace in the middle of the lake was a rather spacious hall. In the middle of the hall sat a huge stone statue of a woman. Below the stone statue, a beautiful woman dressed in a light veil was kneeling in front of the stone statue. Behind the beautiful woman were 2 rows of young men and women dressed in the same light veil, their faces filled with reverence. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, the stone statue in the middle of the hall began to crack inch by inch. Chapter 361. Qingshui tribe in the hall. Everyone was in a state of panic. The stone statue in the hall had a history of hundreds of years, and it had never been broken into pieces. Although they didn't know what the broken stone statue meant, they knew that it wasn't anything good. High Priestess, what's going on? Why did the stone statue break into pieces? Everyone in the hall focused their attention on the beautiful woman at the front. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty. The beautiful woman's face was filled with seriousness. She turned to face the crowd and said, "This matter is of great importance. The saintess stone statues shattering might be related to the sealed land. Perhaps the seal of the sealed land has been broken." As soon as the beautiful woman said this, an uproar broke out in the hall. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. What? The sealed land has been broken? Doesn't that mean that the evil being sealed inside is about to awaken? That's right. What should we do now? Hundreds of years ago, our tribe went to the holy city to invite the saintess. Only then did we manage to seal the evil being in the sealed land. That evil being is too powerful. With our tribe's strength, it's impossible to fight against it. The hall fell into a state of panic. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Some of the older generation's faces were pale. They would never forget the disaster hundreds of years ago. That disaster was caused by the evil being in the sealed land. At that time, blood flowed like a river, and the sky was filled with blood. Even now, they didn't dare to imagine the scene at that time. Looking at the panicked crowd in the hall, the beautiful woman furrowed her brows and coldly shouted, "Now is not the time to panic. Immediately gather everyone and head to the sealed area to investigate. Only by finding out what exactly happened in the sealed area will we be able to understand. Only then can we find a way to make up for it." The beautiful woman's cold shout stunned everyone in the hall. After all, the beautiful woman was the high priestess of the tribe. She had a high status in the tribe, so she still had a high prestige. "High priestess, I will gather my men and head to the sealed area now." A sturdy man respectfully knelt on one knee on the ground and calmly said, "Amir, you are the #1 warrior of the tribe, so I can rest assured with you leading the team. This time, you will lead 100 elite warriors to board the ascension ship and quickly head to the sealed land," the high priest said with a slightly anxious expression. The man named Amir couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. The ascension boat was the high priest's personal flying boat. It was extremely fast, and only the high priest had the right to use it. Moreover, their entire tribe only had one ascension boat. It could be said to be an extremely precious treasure. Now that the high priest was willing to lend them such a treasure, it was obvious that the situation was extremely serious. Therefore, Amir did not pretend to be pretentious. He cupped his hands and said seriously, "Thank you, High Priest." With that, Amir strode out of the hall. Now, he needed to select elites from the tribe and prepare to head to the sealed land. After Amir left, the high priest's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. Then, she looked at the 5 figures in the corner of the hall. These 5 figures were all elders in their 50s or 60s. The high priest bowed respectfully to the 5 elders and said, "5 elders, this situation is very serious. Please activate the tribe's space-time formation. I will contact the other 3 tribes and have the 3 high priests of the other 3 tribes gather in our Qingshui tribe." The 5 elders were shocked when they heard this. One of the old women said worriedly, "Qingshui, our Qingshui tribe's space-time formation is very old and does not have enough energy. I'm afraid we can only use it one last time. Originally, we planned to let you go to the holy city to study the Tao of formations. When you return, you might be able to construct your own space-time formation. If we use it this time, then we can't care so much now. 5 elders, this time we are really at a critical juncture. I can feel that the seal of the sealed land has already broken. If that evil creature comes out in the end, our tribe alone will not be able to resist. Only by joining forces with the high priests of the other 3 tribes may we have a chance of stopping that evil creature's attack." The high priest's beautiful face was full of seriousness. The 5 elders also knew that the situation was very serious. The old woman sighed and said, "Then we can only do this. 5 elders, please go and prepare the array. I need to contact the high priests of the other 3 tribes and ask them to bring the most powerful array. Only in this way may we be able to resist the evil creature." The high priest nodded slightly and then went into the depths of the hall. The 5 elders looked at each other, then followed closely behind the high priest and entered the palace. In the desert thousands of miles away from the Qingshui tribe, Zhuowen led Gu Xian and Hu Wuying through the endless yellow sand. They did not know that the desert they were in was the forbidden area of the Qingshui tribe and also the sealed land. They also did not know that under the sealed land, there was an evil creature that had lived for hundreds of years. Of course, with Zhuowen's character, even if he knew that this was the sealed land, he would still resolutely destroy the sealing stone tablet. He did not want to be trapped in this barren land forever. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the desert, the three silhouettes quickly stopped in front of a transparent barrier that was overflowing with light. Brother Zhua, this is the confinement formation you spoke of, right? This formation looks very strong. With our strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break this barrier. I'm afraid we can only rely on Brother Zhua, Gu Xian said with a wry smile as she felt the powerful aura emitted by the barrier. We are really unlucky. As soon as we entered the Sandstone Island, we were teleported into a formation to be able to set up two formations here. I'm afraid this area is very important. I wonder if the master who set up the formation will be angry if we destroy it, Hu Wuying said with a little worry. After destroying the sealing stone tablet, Zhuowen immediately went to find Gu Xian and Hu Wuying. At the same time, he also explained the situation to the two of them. Therefore, the two of them knew that there were two formations in this area. This can't be helped. After all, we still have important things to do. We can't stay in this formation forever. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid the center of this island will be taken away by the representatives of other cities. At that time, we can only be eliminated. Zhuowen was very thick-skinned and did not feel that there was anything wrong with destroying the formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zhuowen and the others were about to forcibly break the formation, a huge flying boat suddenly swept over from afar. However, it was far inferior to the advanced spiritual treasure Qing fan boat in Zhuowen's Qianquan bag. Not only was it inferior in size, but its speed was also quite unsatisfactory. It could not even be compared to an ordinary intermediate flying spiritual treasure. If Zhuowen knew that the flying boat, which was worthless in his heart, was regarded as a treasure in the Qingshui tribe, his jaw would probably drop. Someone is coming. Could the people on the flying boat be the ancient survivors that Marquis Lu mentioned? Looking at the flying boat slowly descending, Gu Xian's eyes lit up. It should be the ancient survivors. Since someone is coming, we don't need to forcibly break the formation. Let's inform them. Perhaps they will open the formation and let us out. Zhuowen's face also revealed a trace of a smile. This time, he came out to find the ancient survivors to understand this sandstone island. Therefore, Zhuowen did not want to have a conflict with these aboriginals. Boom. In the end, the soaring ship landed several kilometers away from Zhuowen's group. Following that, many figures disembarked from the ship. The one leading them was a muscular, half-naked man in leather pants. This man was Amir, who had been sent by the high priest. Because the sand island was covered in yellow sand, and the sun was scorching hot, the clothes worn by the ancient survivors living on this land were extremely thin. Zhuowen and the others instantly noticed the difference in this group of people. Although these ancient survivors were almost the same as them, there was a ferocious beast mark between their eyebrows, which looked quite strange. After disembarking from the ship, Amir instantly noticed Zhuowen and the other two trapped within the confinement array. His brows immediately furrowed. Lord Amir, the clothes of those three fellows are very strange. Moreover, there is no mark between their eyebrows. They are not of our race at all. Could these three be the evil beings that the high priest was talking about? One of the men beside Amir immediately noticed Zhuowen and the other two within the restriction and he cautiously asked. As soon as these words came out, the numerous warriors behind Amir immediately tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands and stared at Zhuowen and the others in the formation with great fear. The legend of the evil beings was widely spread in their tribe. It was said that the evil beings in the sealed land had heaven-defying means and could easily slaughter tribes. In the face of such a terrifying existence, these warriors were also on tenterhooks. Amir's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, "I once heard the high priest talk about the legend of the evil beings. It is said that the evil beings do not have a human form. Moreover, if these three are really evil beings, the mark between our eyebrows will alert us. Since there is no mark, these three should not be evil beings, but they are also not of our race. Perhaps the seal of the sealed land is related to these three." As he spoke, Amir quickly walked in front of Zhuowen and the other two. He coldly asked, "Who are the three of you? Why did you intrude into the sealed land of our tribe?" Looking at the burly man in front of him, Zhuowen could feel the hostility in his eyes. However, he did not take it to heart and said with a smile, "We only intruded into this place by accident. Since this place is extremely important to your tribe, I ask this brother to let us out. When the time comes, we will naturally reward you greatly." Amir narrowed his eyes and continued to ask, "Were you the ones who destroyed the stone tablet in the sealed land? If you answer honestly, I'll let you go." "Are you talking about the stone tablet that is several tens of zhang in size? I was the one who broke it, because it was necessary to break the formation. We had no choice but to destroy it. If we have caused inconvenience to your tribe, I hope you can forgive us." Zhuowen lowered his posture and said rather politely, "After all, this place was the territory of others." Zhuowen was indeed at fault for breaking the stone tablet for no reason. Therefore, Zhuowen straightforwardly admitted his mistake. "Sure enough, it was you who destroyed the seal. All three of you deserve to die." Chapter 362. Shock. Looking at the enraged Amir, Zhuowen and the other two were puzzled. They didn't seem to have offended this man. So why was he suddenly enraged? "Brother, have you misunderstood something? We don't seem to have offended you, right?" Gu Xian asked, puzzled. Amir's face was filled with a cold smile as he pointed at Zhuowen. "You said earlier that in order to break the formation, you broke the huge stone tablet of the sealed land, and there was only one stone tablet in the sealed land, and that was the sealed stone tablet. Do you know that you've already caused a huge disaster?" "Caused a huge disaster?" "You named this place the sealed land, and the stone tablet I broke was called the sealed stone tablet. Could it be that there's something sealed in the sealed land?" Zhuowen frowned and asked with uncertainty. "Humph, looks like you really don't know anything. No wonder you dared to break the sealed stone tablet." Seeing the confused looks on Zhuowen and the other two's faces, Amir knew that they really didn't know anything about the sealed land. However, the anger on his face didn't diminish in the slightest. When he thought about how the evil creature in the sealed land would awaken due to the destruction of the seal, his hatred for Zhuowen and the other two grew even more. What exactly is sealed in there? Zhuowen also felt a trace of unease and hurriedly asked. When Zhuowen broke the sealed stone tablet, he didn't examine it carefully, so he didn't discover that there was a cave under the sealed stone tablet. Inside that cave was the evil creature that the Qingshui tribe feared. If he had examined it carefully, he might have discovered that something was wrong, and thus discovered the cave inside. "What is it?" "Let me tell you, you've harmed the entire Qingshui tribe. There's an extremely powerful evil creature sealed in this sealed land. This evil creature once massacred dozens of tribes on our sandstone island hundreds of years ago. The scene at that time was simply a scene of misery and suffering, with corpses strewn everywhere. You've broken the sealed stone tablet, so you're the sinner of this region." Amir's gaze grew even colder as he stared straight at Zhuowen, and continued, "So if you want us to let you out, don't even think about it. You'll accompany that evil creature in this sealed land. When that evil creature truly awakens, you'll all end up as its food." Looking at Amir's cold gaze, Zhuowen knew that it was basically impossible for him to let them out. "Since that's the case, I can only destroy this sealed land by force." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out the Moon Demon Dragon's Pine Spear from his Cosmos bag. His gaze had become extremely cold. Originally, he wanted to have a good talk with these ancient survivors, but now it seemed that it was not possible. Moreover, he was also extremely afraid of the evil creature that Amir mentioned, something that could be suppressed by 2 layers of formations, and a sealing steel was definitely not simple. He did not want to casually fight with an unknown powerful monster. Amir into Amir, Amir. Amir to Talike to Amir to translation to Atlas to Studios. Who do you? With your skinny arms and legs, what kind of power do you have to break the confinement formation of this sealed land? Haha, what a ridiculous guy. This array was set up by the Holy City's Holy Maiden. It can't be broken by human strength. Perhaps only an existence like the Lord of the Holy City can break this array by force. As soon as Amir said that, the 100 warriors behind him all began to laugh as if they had heard something extremely funny. The formations in the sealed land were all set up by the Saintess of the Holy City. It must be known that anyone who could become the Saintess of the Holy City would have reached the pinnacle of mastery in formations. Even the formations that the Saintess had casually set up were not that easy to break. Even the high priest of the Clearwater tribe, who had the highest attainments in array formations, would find it difficult to break this confinement formation by relying on array formations alone, let alone using brute force. This kind of inconceivable thing was simply impossible for Amir and the others. As the number 1 warrior of the Clearwater tribe, Amir had long felt the power of this confinement formation. His strength was at least 10,000 pounds, but even so, he couldn't shake this confinement formation at all. Ignoring Amir and the others who were laughing wantonly outside the formation, Zhuowen clenched his right hand, stomped his foot, and leaped into the air. Then, the blood-red great spear began to spin violently. Waves of rich blood chi gushed out of Zhuowen's meridians and surrounded the great spear. Demon Moon Secret Codex 4th style, blood-bursting style. Break for me. Swish. With a light shout, the void behind Zhuowen suddenly cracked open. Then, a huge spear shadow that was dozens of feet long suddenly flashed out of the opening. An endless sea of blood surrounded the spear shadow, and it directly blasted the transparent barrier in front of it. Rumble! An earth-shattering rumble suddenly resounded. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Immediately, the indestructible confinement formation began to violently tremble along with the loud rumble. Waves of air rolled in like a tide, spreading in all directions. And at the same time, the surrounding thousands of miles trembled at the same time, as if a violent earthquake had occurred at this moment. Amir and the 100 warriors behind him couldn't stand steadily under this tremor. The mocking smile on their faces had completely disappeared and was replaced by fear. What's going on? How can this guy be so powerful? Just one blow can directly cause the confinement formation to tremble violently, and this tremor has spread for thousands of miles? Amir was dumbfounded. The ancient survivors who lived in the Vitality Tower, didn't have any cultivation methods at all, and didn't know how to use the yuan qi of heaven and earth to increase their own strength. The only thing they respected was brute force and physical strength. They had never seen such a powerful armor technique like Zhuowen's. And the 100 warriors behind Amir were even worse. They all knelt on the ground and trembled. The power that Zhuowen displayed was really beyond their imagination. The mockery of Zhuowen was replaced by fear and panic. Whoosh! The powerful recoil force immediately caused Zhuowen to retreat a dozen steps in the void. Then he stomped his foot in the void, and a powerful yuan qi burst out, immediately stopping Zhuowen's figure. Staring at the violently trembling but still without the slightest crack in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he coldly snorted. It seems that this confinement formation is quite strong. I'd like to see how long it can last. After saying that, Zhuowen took a step in the air, and his spear was like a swimming dragon. He once again used the bloodburst style, and directly bombarded the transparent barrier again and again. The powerful force transformed into invisible shockwaves that unceasingly spread out, and the trembling became more and more intense. Amir and the others were all dumbfounded. They couldn't figure out why this young man, who had appeared out of nowhere, had such powerful strength in his body. In their opinion, this strength wasn't something that could be achieved by a human. The Qingshui tribe, which was thousands of miles away from the sealed land, was also in a state of panic because of the violent tremors. Everyone thought that the violent tremors must have been emitted by the evil being in the sealed land. Many people revealed looks of despair in their eyes. In the white stone hall, 4 figures were gathered at this time. Among them, a beautiful woman in a light gauze was the high priest of the Qingshui tribe, and the other 3 figures were dressed in dignified and elegant clothes, and a cautious look appeared on their faces. The 3 figures were a thin and tall man in a black robe, a white-haired old woman with a wooden scepter, and a burly middle-aged man in armor. These 3 people were the 3 neighboring tribes of the Qingshui tribe. These 3 tribes and the Qingshui tribe jointly managed this desert region, and their duty was to guard the evil creature in the sealed place and not let it escape. Priest Qiushui, why did you summon us so urgently? You even used your tribe's extremely precious space-time formation to summon us. Could it be that something big has happened? The old woman with the scepter asked doubtfully. The other 2 people also gathered their gazes on Priest Qiushui, and there was a trace of inquiry in their eyes. Priest Qiushui pondered for a moment and said rather shamefully, "There has been an unforeseen event in the sealed place, and the sealing stone tablet has been destroyed by someone. This matter is of great importance, so I hurriedly summoned the 3 priests here to set up a formation in the sealed place to trap the evil creature that is about to break out of the seal." What? The sealing stone tablet has been destroyed. How is that possible? The sealing stone tablet was personally set up by the saintess, and even ordinary people have no ability to break it. In our sandstone island, only the Lord of the Holy City has such strength. But what kind of status does the Lord of the Holy City have? How could he do such a thing? Hearing that the sealing stone tablet had been destroyed, the white-haired old woman and the others widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, "Rumble!" While the 4 people in the hall were discussing how to deal with the sealing of the stone tablet, a strong tremor suddenly swept over, causing the entire hall to shake violently. What's going on? Why is there suddenly such a violent tremor? Priest Qiushui's face was pale, and she couldn't help but ask in horror. A man suddenly came in from outside the temple, knelt on one knee, and said in a trembling voice, "High Priest, this is not good. The sealed area is suddenly shaking violently. It is as if there is a powerful force that is constantly bombarding the sealing area's confinement array." What? When the 4 people in the temple heard this, they all stood up in shock and looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Could it be that the evil creature has broken out of the sealed place so quickly? I remember that there is a layer of formation in the sealed place. Although the evil creature is abnormally terrifying, it needs a certain amount of time to break out of the underground formation. The white-haired old woman said in horror, "3 priests, quickly come with me to the sealed place. If the evil creature really breaks out, Not only will the Qingshui tribe be destroyed, but even the 3 of your tribes will not be spared. Priest Qiushui took a deep breath and said, "Good, let's go take a look together. We must not let the evil creature out, or our sandstone island will be plunged into misery and suffering again." Chapter 363. The 4 high priests boom, boom, boom. The tremors became even more intense and concentrated. The powerful tremors swept up the sand in a radius of several thousand miles, turning it into waves of sand that wreaked havoc in all directions. Zhuowen, who was in the confinement array, was surrounded by a dense sea of blood. Countless seas of blood revolved around Zhuowen's body. These seas of blood could temporarily increase Zhuowen's strength, while Zhuowen bombarded the confinement array again and again. Under such bombardment, the confinement array seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Zhuowen knew that the confinement array could not last much longer. Whoosh! A whooshing sound suddenly rang out, following which a white airship suddenly stopped in the sky above the sealed area. On the airship stood Priestess Qiushui and the 4 high priests. "The high priest is here." Amir saw Priestess Qiushui's figure on the airship and immediately shouted in relief. Hearing Amir's shout, the other warriors, who were originally in a state of panic, revealed joy on their faces. The high priest was not just a decoration in their Qingshui tribe. These high priests were well-versed in formations and could often display strange and unpredictable power. They knew that since the high priest had rushed over, it was likely that she would use the array to suppress the youth within the array. This confinement array was the final barrier of the sealed area. If it was really broken, once the evil creature broke out, it would probably directly invade their Qingshui tribe. On the airship, Priestess Qiushui and the other 3 stared blankly at the youth within the confinement array, relying on the endless sea of blood to brandish the blood-colored great spear. The originally calm expressions on their faces were all extremely strange and stunned. "It's not the evil creature? Who is this youth? How can he have such powerful strength?" Even the confinement array is showing signs of collapsing. Priestess Qiushui's beautiful eyes were the most shocked, and she could not help but mutter, "Priestess Qiushui, now is not the time to be in a daze. This youth's origin is unknown, and he even appeared in the sealed area. I'm afraid that the destruction of the sealing stone tablet is related to this youth. Moreover, this confinement array is the final barrier to stop the evil creature. We must not let this youth destroy it." The white-haired old woman held her scepter and said with a grave expression, "Priestess Jean, Hua's teachings are correct. I lost my composure just now. Everyone, please lend me a hand. We must maintain this confinement formation. We can't let this youth of unknown origin break the confinement formation, just like that." Priest Qiushui waved her hand as she spoke. She floated and landed in front of the confinement formation. Immediately, she raised her hands and a transparent ripple surged out from her body. It merged with the confinement formation. After the energy surged into the formation, the originally shaky confinement formation actually became a little more solid. "Priestess Qiushui, we are all here to help you." At the same time, the other 3 oracles on the flying boat also rushed in front of the barrier, and the same transparent energy fluctuations surged out of their bodies and entered the array. Hiss! A soft sound rang out. Immediately, the originally tottering and extremely dim imprisonment formation seemed to have taken on a whole new look at this moment. It once again emitted a blazing white light. An enormous force immediately surged towards Zhuowen, who was in the sea of blood, and actually caused Zhuowen to involuntarily retreat over a dozen steps. Seeing that the confinement array had repelled Zhuowen, Amir and the others immediately revealed expressions of joy. "Amir, what's going on in the sealed area? Who are the 3 people inside?" Priestess Choshue turned her head and asked Amir while maintaining the confinement array. Amir did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly said respectfully, "High Priestess, the 3 people inside are the culprits who destroyed the sealing stone tablet. As for their origins, we do not know." Priestess Choshue frowned slightly when she heard that. Her beautiful eyes stared at the youth who had been repelled by the array. Her heart was filled with doubt, and she asked loudly, "Who are you? Why do you want to destroy the sealing stone tablet in the sealed area?" Within the formation, Zhuowen had already stopped moving. His gaze was filled with fear as he stared at the somewhat thick barrier in front of him. He had never imagined that the power of the confinement formation would suddenly become so much stronger at the most critical moment. He had been caught off guard earlier. "Zhuowen, are you all right?" Guek Xian and Hu Wuying came to Zhuowen's side and asked worriedly, "I'm fine. This confinement array can't hurt me." Shaking his head slightly, Zhuowen walked straight to Priestess Choshue and said, "You should be the leader of the Qingshui tribe. I am Zhuowen, my 2 friends, and I accidentally entered this area. We have no intention of becoming enemies with your Qingshui tribe. I hope you can let us out." "Accidentally entered the sealed area? Do you really think we are fools? You destroyed the sealing stone tablet and almost destroyed the confinement array. After committing so many sins, you want us to let you out just like that? No way." Amir mustered up his courage and sneered. Now that he had the Grand Priest by his side, he did not fear Zhuowen at all. This was because he knew that with the 4 Grand Priests taking action, the might of the formation would reach an extremely terrifying level. It was impossible for the young man to break through. Zhuowen's expression turned cold when he heard this. Originally, he wanted to make money out of harmony with these ancient remnant people. However, he did not expect to encounter so many misunderstandings. He knew that no matter what he said now, these ancient remnant people would not believe him. "My patience is limited. Since you are not willing to let us out, I can only break the array by force." As he spoke, Zhuowen patted his Qianquan bag and took out the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. He then threw it with his right hand, and the cauldron immediately floated in the air. Seeing Zhuowen's actions, Priestess Choshue shook her head slightly and said, "Little brother, you are very strong. Perhaps you could have broken the confinement array without anyone controlling it before, but with the 4 high priests here to maintain the operation of the array, it is impossible for you to break the array with brute force." Ignoring Priestess Choshue's advice, Zhuowen coldly snorted and formed a few complicated seals with his hands. He shouted in a low voice, "9-wheel burning sky cauldron, open for me!" Boom! The openings of the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron suddenly opened wide. The green 3,000 green lotus flame, the blue 9 heavens thunder flame, and the twinkling star flame immediately gushed out from 3 of the openings. In an instant, a 3-colored firestorm was formed in the sky. "I don't believe that your confinement array can withstand the 9-wheel burning sky array formed by the 3 earthly fires." Zhuowen sneered. With a thought, the 3-colored firestorm in the void suddenly bombarded the confinement array. Then, a tremor even more violent than before suddenly surged in this area. Countless yellow sand formed a sandstorm that covered the entire space. Puchi, the powerful rebound force, immediately caused the 4 high priests who were maintaining the array outside to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The 4 high priests were injured directly. Is this guy still human? Looking at the 4 high priests who spat out blood, Amir's face looked as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, the hearts of the 4 high priests outside the formation were in turmoil. The 4 of them were considered the most powerful beings in this area, and the confinement formation that the four of them worked together to maintain was actually injured by a single attack from this ordinary-looking young man before them, causing them to vomit blood. At this time, Zhuowen's face was full of ruthlessness and coldness. With a thought, the three-colored firestorm once again collided with the confinement array. This time, the power was even more powerful than before, and the entire space shook even more violently. Kacha! A crisp sound suddenly resounded. Then, cracks began to appear on the surface of the confinement array under this collision. These cracks continued to spread in all directions. Puchi! At the same time, the four high priests, including High Priest Qiushui, spat out a mouthful of blood again as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Their bodies involuntarily flew backward and smashed into the sand more than 10 meters away. At this moment, the crack had completely enveloped the confinement array. Then, with a clink, the confinement array finally shattered into countless specks of light. Like shattered glass, the specks of light fluttered down. The scene suddenly fell silent. Amir and the others standing outside the array all had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. They stared blankly at the shattered confinement array and froze on the spot. They never thought that the four high priests, together with the power of the confinement array, would still be broken by the young man in front of them. This somewhat inconceivable scene appeared before everyone's eyes. High priests, are you okay? After recovering, Amir led the warriors behind him and gathered around the four high priests who were flying backward in the distance. Their faces were all filled with shock and anger. The four high priests were all helped up. Among them, High Priest Qiushui's face was full of bitterness. She muttered in a low voice, "This young man is too strong. Even the confinement array can't trap him, coupled with that even more terrifying evil creature. I'm afraid our Qingshui tribe is really finished." Deng, deng, deng. Crisp footsteps slowly sounded, and then Zhuowen and the other two stepped out of the array. Their faces were all filled with joy. They could be considered to be unlucky. As soon as they entered the Sandstone Island, they were actually transported to this so-called sealed place. Fortunately, they were now free. Stepping on the soft sand, Zhuowen looked at the vigilant Amir and the others not far away, but shook his head and said with a smile, "This one is Zhuowen. I've already said before that I have no intention of becoming enemies with you. The reason why this one forcibly broke the array is because I have something important to do. I can't stay here for too long. So if I've caused a lot of inconvenience to everyone, please forgive me." The Lu Nantian had said in advance that the ancient survivors living on the island could not be killed at will. Otherwise, the Lu Nantian would not let them off easily. Therefore, Zhuowen was so polite to these ancient survivors. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that these ancient survivors were indeed, as Xiaohe said, they did not cultivate at all and did not even know how to use Yuan Qi. Only the four high priests seemed to be able to communicate with the world's Yuan Qi and use it to construct the array. Chapter 364. Evil creature. After Zhuowen's explanation, Priest Qiushui and the others finally came to an understanding. They knew that the young man before them possessed the strength to break through the confinement formation, so killing them would be as easy as blowing off dust. Priest Qiushui forcefully propped herself up and bowed slightly. Her tone was apologetic as she said, "We were rude just now. Please forgive us, young Master Zhuo." The other three priests didn't dare be disrespectful. Although they were injured, they still bowed to Zhuowen. The young man before them was really too powerful. They didn't dare offend him in the slightest. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. Since the four high priests had bowed so respectfully, Amir and the others naturally did not dare to be negligent. They also bowed to Zhuowen with reverence. The strength that Zhuowen had displayed earlier had indeed convinced Amir and the others. Whoosh! Zhuowen took out 4 healing pills from his Qianquan bag. With a flick of his finger, they flew directly into the hands of the 4 high priests. He said, "These pills are called qi concentration pills. They are very effective for the injuries on your bodies. Your injuries were caused by me, so this can be considered as a form of apology." Priest Qiu Shui and the others looked at the pills in their hands in puzzlement. They had never seen any pills on the Sandstone Island, so they were very curious about the black pills in their hands that could heal injuries. The 4 of them looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they swallowed the pills in their hands. They believed that with Zhuowen's strength, there was no need for him to play dirty with them. The moment the medicinal pills entered their stomachs, they turned into a warm current that swam within their bodies. Very quickly, it spread to their limbs and bones. Wherever this warm current passed, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that most of the originally serious injuries on their bodies had actually healed. Young Master Zhua, this pill, Priest Qiu Shui, and the others could not help but narrow their eyes when they sensed the miraculous effects of the qi-gathering pills. Joy immediately appeared on their faces. The qi-gathering pills that Zhuowen had provided were just too miraculous. In just a short moment, most of their injuries had healed. As long as they recuperated for a few more days, their injuries would be completely healed very quickly. "Thank you, young Master Zhua." Sensing that more than half of their injuries had been healed, Priest Qiu Shui and the other 3 bowed deeply to Zhuowen once again in gratitude. This time, they were truly convinced. "There's no need to be so polite. I also have some things to ask you. When the time comes, I hope you won't refuse." Zhuowen flicked his sleeves and said with a faint smile. Priest Qiu Shui and the other 3 looked at each other and said respectfully, "If there's anything, young Master Zhua, please ask away." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen asked the 4 about the situation of this Sandstone Island. Priest Qiu Shui and the other 3 also told him everything they knew, without holding back. After talking for about an hour, Zhuowen finally had a general understanding of the Sandstone Island. The Sandstone Island was extremely vast. Just the island alone was probably not inferior to a commandery of the Qin Xian Empire. However, the ancient survivors living on the island were extremely rare. These ancient survivors called themselves the Bereaved Clan. Just as Blackie had guessed, these bereaved clan did not know how to use the origin energy of heaven and earth at all. They basically relied on their physical strength to engage in extremely barbaric melee combat. Of course, these vestigial tribe warriors were also divided into different grades. They were bronze warriors, silver warriors, gold warriors, and legendary warriors. The standard for a bronze warrior was 10,000 gene of strength. A silver warrior was 100,000 gene of strength. A gold warrior was 500,000 gene of strength. And a legendary warrior was 1 million gene of strength. It was said that legendary warriors had the strength to dominate the entire island. They could tear apart mountains with just a wave of their hand, and they could even fight dragons with their bare hands. However, warriors of this level were basically legends. They had not appeared on the Sandstone Island for a long time. Even the Lord of the Sacred City was only a gold warrior. When they heard that the warriors of the Sandstone Island could reach hundreds of thousands of pounds of strength just by relying on their strength, Zhuowen and the others were really shocked. They could not imagine that without relying on the yuan energy of heaven and earth, they could reach hundreds of thousands of pounds of strength just by relying on their physical strength. This was simply inconceivable. Even if Zhuowen practiced the 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, his physical strength was probably only tens of thousands of pounds, which was equivalent to the bronze warriors here. Of course, if Zhuowen could practice to the 7th level, It should not be a problem for him to reach hundreds of thousands of pounds of strength. In addition to the warriors who possessed monstrous strength, the lost race also had the noble existence of the priests. However, the priests didn't possess as much strength as the warriors. In fact, they were somewhat weak. However, each of these priests had mastered an exquisite magic formula. They could use the world's essence to construct a powerful magic formula. The array constructed by the priests was extremely troublesome for some powerful warriors. Therefore, the status of the priests on the Sandstone Island was similar to the status of the arcanists in the outside world. Although their fighting strength was not high, their role was much greater than that of the warriors. Moreover, the lost clan on the Sandstone Island were basically scattered in various regions in the form of tribes. In the center of the island sat an extremely magnificent city, which the lost clan named the Sacred City. The Sacred City was extremely prosperous, and there were many experts living in it. There were two masters of the Sacred City, the Sacred City Lord and the Saintess. The Sacred City Lord was the supreme leader of the warriors, and the Saintess was the supreme leader of the priests. The two jointly managed the Sacred City, which was well managed, and it became a sacred place in the hearts of all the lost clan. When they heard about the Sacred City, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He exchanged a glance with Gu Xian and Hu Wuying. They knew that the control center of this island was probably located in the Sacred City. Do you know the location of the Sacred City? The purpose of our trip is the Sacred City. After thinking for a while, Zhuowen looked at Priest Qiushui with bright eyes. Being stared at by Zhuowen, Priest Qiushui's heart could not help but tremble. A rare blush appeared on her charming face, and she said hesitantly, "I know the location of the Sacred City, but our Qingshui tribe is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Sacred City. Even if we take the Ascension boat, I'm afraid it will take a year." Hundreds of thousands of miles? It's actually that far. Zhuowen frowned. He did not expect the Sacred City to be so far away from here. Even if he used the Azure boat to travel all the time, it would take 10 days to half a month. This was too slow. By the time they arrived at the Sacred City, the control center of the island would have already been occupied by the other teams. Do you all take a year to get to the Sacred City by Ascension boat? Is there no faster way? Zhuowen could not help but ask. Our Qingshui tribe originally had a space-time array. That space-time array could instantly teleport us to the nearest tribe to the Sacred City. At that time, it would only take half a day to reach the Sacred City. Unfortunately, our tribe's space-time array has been completely exhausted. Without the support of energy, we cannot teleport anyone. Priest Qiushui sighed. Space-time array? Zhuowen's eyes flashed when he heard about the space-time array. Although the ancient remnant people's cultivation was extremely backward, they were much stronger than the outside world in terms of arrays. They could even create a long-distance teleportation array. One must know that such an array was rare even in the Qingxian Empire. Looking at Priest Qiushui's expression, it seemed like the space-time array was not that precious. Since your Qingshui tribe has a space-time array, then it's easy. However, what is the source of energy for the space-time array? Perhaps I can help you find it. Zhuowen smiled. When Priest Qiushui and the other three heard this, they could not help but look at each other with strange expressions on their faces. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhuowen could not help but frown when he saw the expressions of the four. Actually, the space-time array needs energy from a type of, or called the green crystal jade. This or vein is located at the place where the evil creature is located in the sealed land. In the past, because of the sealing stone tablet, our Qingshui tribe would go there to mine every once in a while. However, now that the sealing stone tablet has been broken, saying this, Priest Choshue stole a glance at Zhuowen, and her expression immediately dimmed. She knew that the seal of the sealed land had been broken, and the evil creature below was probably gradually awakening. Going to the mine now was simply courting death. After seriously sizing up Priest Choshue and confirming that she was not lying, Zhuowen could not help but frown. It's actually under the sealed land. Originally, Zhuowen did not want to come into contact with the evil creature. However, it seemed like things were really going against his wishes. Now, he had to hurry to the holy city and could only rely on the space-time array. You said that your lord of the holy city is a gold warrior with a strength of more than 500,000 caddies. Then, can the lord of the holy city be a match for the evil creature? Zhuowen suddenly asked after pondering for a moment. The lord of the holy city is the strongest person on the Sandstone Island. The evil creature that our Qingshui tribe is in charge of in this area is not the strongest one. Therefore, the evil creature should not be a match for the lord of the holy city. Priest Choshue bit her lips and said, "Oh, so it's not as strong as the lord of the holy city." Hearing this, Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. According to Zhuowen's estimation, the lord of the holy city's strength was around the half-step ultimate emperor realm. This was because the half-step ultimate emperor realm relied on the Yuan Qi in their bodies to unleash more than 500,000 caddies of strength. Therefore, the two of them were about the same. Since the evil creature was even weaker than the lord of the holy city, Zhuowen had no more misgivings in his heart. Awoo! At this moment, a ferocious roar suddenly whistled out from the depths of the sealed land. The earth suddenly trembled violently, and countless yellow sand billowed out like a monstrous wave, wreaking havoc in an area of several thousand li. Chapter 365. The evil creature breaks. The seal. Formless sound waves spread out from the center of the sealed area in a ring shape. Yellow sand swirled and churned within 1,000 miles of the sealed area. A sandstorm descended from the sky like a pillar supporting the heavens, enveloping the entire sealed area. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the storm raged. Priest Choshue and the other three, as well as Amir and the rest, involuntarily covered their ears with their hands in the midst of the sound wave. Pained expressions surfaced on their faces. Zhuowen and the other two were unaffected, looking at Priest Choshue and the rest, who were struggling to resist the sound wave. Zhuowen stomped his foot. His powerful mental energy instantly turned into a transparent barrier, enveloping everyone present. The ear-piercing sound wave and terrifying power were also blocked by the barrier. With the protection of the mental energy barrier, Priest Choshue and the rest slowly recovered. Priest Choshue patted her chest, trembling with fear as she said, "It's too terrifying." Just a roar had such terrifying power. This time, we have to thank young Master Zhua. If you hadn't blocked it in time, the few of us would have been doomed. High Priest, looks like the evil creature has completely awakened. What should we do now? Could it be that our Qingshui tribe is really doomed? Behind her, Amir suddenly said with a gloomy expression. He knew that the evil creature's momentum was unstoppable. Once the evil creature broke the seal, their Qingshui tribe would definitely be attacked by it. With their strength, it was undoubtedly like throwing an egg at a rock. In the end, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being slaughtered. Hearing Amir's words, the surrounding people fell into silence and depression. After a moment of silence, Priest Choshue secretly sized up Zhuowen. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and abruptly knelt in front of him, saying, "Young Master Zhuowen, Choshue knows that you're very strong. If you can break the sealing array by yourself, it means that your strength has probably reached the level of the Holy City Lord. Perhaps you can save our Qingshui tribe. Choshue hopes that young Master Zhua can help our Qingshui tribe. Qiu Shui is willing to perform the sacrificial ceremony for you. Zhuowen also did not expect that the rather beautiful priest Qiu Shui would kneel in front of him like this. For a moment, he was also stunned. When Amir and the other 3 priests heard about the sacrificial ritual, their expressions changed. The old woman with the scepter exclaimed, "Qiu Shui, absolutely not. Every priest can only perform the sacrificial ritual once in their life. After the ritual is over, you will be dead. You are still so young, and yet you have become a priest. Your future is limitless. You must not delay your future because of this." Sacrificial ritual? What is that? Zhuowen could not help but ask in bewilderment when he saw the shocked expressions on the others' faces when they heard about the sacrificial ceremony. Priestess Autumn Water ignored the persuasion of the others. She stared at Zhuowen seriously and said, "The ritual of sacrifice is a kind of sacrifice that costs the life of the high priestess. It can increase the level of a warrior. You should have the strength of a gold warrior. If I can use the ritual of sacrifice, it can increase your strength to another level. Although you can't be promoted to a legendary warrior, you can be infinitely close to one. I hope that young Master Zhua can lend our Clearwater tribe a hand." As she spoke, Priestess Autumn Water bowed respectfully to Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes were full of pleading and hope. Seeing the pleading look in Priestess Autumn Water's eyes, Zhuowen felt a little helpless. He gently helped her up and said indifferently, "Don't worry. Even if you didn't tell me, I was prepared to meet that evil creature. After all, I still need to use your Clearwater tribe's space-time formation. The space-time formation's energy can only be obtained from the sealed land. As for the sacrificial ritual, there is no need for it." When Priestess Autumn Water heard this, her beautiful face immediately lit up with joy. She bowed again to Zhuowen and said, "Young Master Zhua, many thanks. Our Clearwater tribe will never forget your great kindness." Waving his hand, Zhuowen said to Gu Xian and Hu Wuying beside him, "Brother Gu, Brother Hu, escort everyone out of here first. I want to meet that evil creature and see what it looks like. Brother Zhua, be careful. You have to be extra careful. This evil creature is probably not simple. Your life is the most important thing." Gu Xian and Hu Wuying did not object. They knew that once Zhuowen made a decision, it meant that he had a sense of propriety. Therefore, the 2 of them were not too worried. Instead, they led the 4 high priests and quickly boarded the Ascension ship and left for the distant Clearwater tribe. When the Ascension ship gradually disappeared into the distance, Zhuowen retracted his gaze and looked back at the sealed land. At this time, the sealed land was completely shrouded in countless sandstorms. Above the sky, a strange black fog was constantly condensing. As the black fog continued to condense, it gradually formed a sinister and terrifying face. The face roared at the sky, and there was endless resentment in the roar. There was also a bone-chilling, ferocious smile in the roar. "I can finally see the light of day again. Damn the vestigial tribe. How dare they seal me for hundreds of years? The vestigial tribe deserves to die. They deserve to be killed. They deserve to be cut into pieces." The huge face roared and cursed wantonly. Its resentful voice almost spread throughout the world. Thousands of miles away, in the Clearwater tribe, everyone's eyes were wide open. They stared in horror at the huge face formed by the black fog in the distance. They knew that the evil creature in the sealed land had finally broken out. According to the legends, every time an evil being was born, it would cause a great calamity, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, everyone stared at the giant face in the sky, their bodies trembling. "It's over. Our Clearwater tribe is finished. The evil creature is about to be born. We're all finished." Why? For hundreds of years, nothing has happened in the sealed land. Why did the evil creature break out? Is our Clearwater tribe really going to be destroyed? At this time, the entire Clearwater tribe fell into despair. Some people even gave up on themselves and talked to themselves crazily. Whoosh! A huge white ascension ship suddenly arrived at the Clearwater tribe and slowly descended. Look, that's the ascension ship of the High Priestess. The High Priestess is the leader of our Clearwater tribe. She must have a way to stop the evil creature. Yes, yes. Let's go and ask. The High Priestess must have a countermeasure. Seeing the ascension ship land, many people in the Clearwater tribe who were originally in despair gathered around the ship. They looked hopefully at the 4 high priestesses and the many warriors who slowly came down from the ascension ship. Gu Xin and Hu Wuying were mixed in the crowd, but they didn't attract any attention. Suddenly, 5 old figures walked out from the crowd. They were the 5 elders of the Clearwater tribe. The 5 elders came in front of Priest Qiu Shui and the other 3 and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the 4 high priestesses. Now that the evil creature has broken out of the seal, how will the 4 high priestesses deal with it? The 4 high priestesses looked at each other. Priest Qiu Shui spoke first. 5 elders and everyone else, don't worry. That evil creature will be dealt with by an expert. That expert is now in the sealed land and will probably fight with the evil creature soon. In order to not affect everyone, let's all enter the ascension ship. Expert, could it be the Lord of the sacred city? That evil creature is too powerful. Only the Lord of the sacred city can deal with it. The others will only have a slim chance of survival. The white-haired elder shook her head and said, "Don't worry. That expert is definitely not weaker than the Lord of the sacred city. Just now, the confinement formation that I and the other 3 high priestesses worked together to maintain was broken by that expert. Let's not talk about this for now. Quickly bring everyone onto the ascension ship. When the time comes, even if the evil creature comes out, we can use the ascension ship to escape." Priest Qiu Shui said anxiously. When the 5 elders heard this, they knew that the situation was critical. Although they were curious about the expert that Priestess Qiu Shui mentioned, they did not pursue the matter. Instead, they began to arrange the rest of the tribesmen into the ascension boat in an orderly manner. After everyone had entered the ascension ship, Priest Qiu Shui formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Then, the ascension ship took off again and flew towards the sealed land. However, it stopped a few hundred miles away from the sealed land and quietly floated in the air. Everyone in the ascension boat was able to clearly see the scenery within the sealed area. Even the huge face formed by the black fog above the sealed area could be seen clearly. The extremely evil aura that it emitted immediately caused the legs of many people in the ascension boat to tremble. Their eyes were filled with horror. This is a sign that the evil creature is about to be plentiful. High Priestess, where is the expert that you mentioned? This evil creature should be able to break out of the seal very soon. I wonder who the expert that you mentioned is. His strength is actually comparable to the Lord of the sacred city. The 5 elders still had a trace of doubt on their faces. They didn't remember that there was such an expert hidden in their sandstone island. There. Priest Qiu Shui pointed with her jade-like hands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone on the ascension ship looked in the direction that Priest Qiu Shui's jade-like hands pointed. They saw a slender figure standing quietly at the edge of the sealed land. He raised his head slightly and looked at the face formed by the black fog above. His face was as calm as an ancient well. Priest Qiu Shui, this young man is the expert that you mentioned? The white-haired elder frowned slightly and looked at priest Joshua with slight displeasure. Zhuowen in front of them looked skinny. How much power could such an ordinary young man have in his body? In the eyes of the five elders, this young man was simply courting death. They definitely wouldn't associate him with the so-called expert. Chapter 366. An intense battle, five elders. There's no need to doubt him. This young man's name is Zhuowen, and he's extremely powerful. He was the one who forcefully destroyed the confinement array. Priest Jin Hua, who was holding a scepter, said with a smile, "Priest Jin Hua is right. This young man is very powerful. Perhaps he can't compare to the Lord of the Holy City, but the gap isn't that big. Perhaps he can completely eradicate the evil creature." The other two priests chimed in. Seeing that the other three priests also said the same thing, the five elders were also skeptical. After all, Zhuowen looked a little weak and fragile. Zhuowen, who was standing on the sand, also noticed the ascension ship in the distance behind him. He glanced at it before retracting his gaze and focusing all his attention on the evil being in the air above the sealed land. He knew that the evil being had already come out. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly resounded in the center of the sealed land. Then, the endless black fog above the sealed land suddenly gathered together and turned into a huge black ball that was hundreds of feet wide. Waves of evil aura were emitted from the black ball. Crack! As soon as the black ball was formed, traces of cracks began to slowly appear on its surface. In the end, the black ball turned into pieces of black fragments. A huge black shadow suddenly rushed out from the black ball and floated in the air. Its huge body almost covered the sky and covered the sun. The evil creature in front of him looked somewhat similar to the Western dragons on Earth. Its body was several hundred feet long, and pitch-black iron-like scales covered its entire body, emitting a cold light. It had a pair of bat-like wings that were several hundred feet long, like an endless mountain range when it spread out. Is this the evil creature that has been passed down for generations in our Qingshui tribe? What a powerful monster! Everyone on the Ascension ship stared blankly at the gigantic evil being in the distance. Their hearts could not help but tremble violently. Such a gigantic evil being had actually caused them to be unable to summon the slightest bit of resistance. In front of that evil being, they were as insignificant as ants. Even the four high priests were shocked by this huge evil creature. Then, the four of them looked at the young man below with some worry. The strength of the evil creature that broke out of the seal seemed to have exceeded their expectations. They didn't know if Zhuowen could deal with this terrifying evil creature. The evil creature roared at the sky. Then its huge blood-red eyes, which were like lanterns, immediately noticed Zhuowen, who was holding a blood-red spear. It narrowed its eyes and actually spoke in human language. "I remember your aura. You were the one who destroyed the sealing steel here. So I was able to break out of the seal. Speaking of which, I still need to thank you. Therefore, in order to properly thank you, I will leave you with a complete corpse so that you won't die so miserably. After I kill you, I'll slowly deal with those abominable lost clans." The evil creature let out a sinister laugh as the huge black wings on its back flapped. Its entire body turned into a black shadow as it charged towards Zhuowen. Its huge claws, which were as black as ink, were like scimitars in the night. They flashed with a cold light as they smashed towards Zhuowen's head. Ignorant guy! Looking at the huge claws that were rushing toward him, Zhuowen stomped his feet. Two pairs of lightning wings suddenly grew on his back. Then thunder rumbled violently. Zhuowen suddenly turned into a lightning shadow and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The huge black claws that were the size of a small mountain suddenly slammed on the spot where Zhuowen was just standing. Immediately, a huge pit that was dozens of feet wide was blasted out. Countless grains of sand spewed out and formed a sand waterfall in that space. Brat, you're quite slippery. Your speed is actually so fast. The evil creature narrowed its eyes and stared at the lightning wings on Zhuowen's back. A trace of surprise appeared on its face. It didn't expect that Zhuowen, who was just a human, could have a pair of wings. Moreover, Zhuowen's wings were so strange. They were actually formed by lightning. After all, the evil creature was only a creature of the Sandstone Island. Basically, the ones it encountered were warriors of the ancient lost clans. Those warriors only knew how to use brute force. They didn't know how to cultivate at all. Naturally, they didn't know about all kinds of mysterious secret techniques. Therefore, it was very curious about the lightning wings on Zhuowen's back. Not to mention the evil creature, even the many ancient lost clans on the Ascension ship in the distance were surprised when they saw the lightning wings that suddenly appeared on Zhuowen's back. Obviously, the lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings were beyond the scope of their knowledge. The one who's going to die today is not me, but you. With a flash of lightning, Zhuowen flashed to the side of the evil creature. The tip of the blood-red great spear was pointed at the evil creature. His eyes were extremely cold. Ridiculous! Although you seem to have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, you humans are ultimately too weak. Compared to us, the Netherworld clan, the difference is too great. Today, I'll tear you apart. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. The evil creature grinned and spread its huge black wings. Suddenly, it turned into a black shadow and rushed toward Zhuowen. Its speed was much faster than before. Obviously, it intended to kill Zhuowen directly. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen smiled coldly. His right hand tightened on the spear's hilt. Blood qi gushed out from the meridians all over his body. The thick blood qi surrounded Zhuowen's body. Only Zhuowen's figure could be vaguely seen. Demon Moon's secret technique, blood-bursting style. Die! Amidst the blood qi, Zhuowen raised the long spear. With a loud shout, he smashed down the blood-red great spear. At the same time, the void behind Zhuowen suddenly split open. A huge blood-red spear shadow rushed out from the depths of the void, accompanied by an endless sea of blood. It rumbled and swept toward the evil creature below. Looking at the endless sea of blood and the huge spear shadow, the evil creature's expression changed slightly. It did not expect that the seemingly thin and weak young man in front of it could exert such a powerful force. This was not a move that any human from the Lost Clan on the Sandstone Island could use. Damn it! This kid is quite strange. But so what? He's just a human after all. How can he be my opponent? See how I'll tear his attack to shreds. Netherworld fiery claws. Kill everything for me. The evil creature also shouted and waved its hill-like claws. Suddenly, countless claw shadows appeared in the surrounding space. Like a storm, they poured toward the huge spear shadow in the sky. Rumble! In an instant, the enormous pillar-like spear shadow was accompanied by the endless sea of blood as it cut through the empty space and directly smashed onto the countless claw shadows that were like a storm. Immediately, waves of terrifying wind violently surged out from the intersection of the claw shadows and spear shadows like the sharpest blade. The air waves spread out in all directions along with the wind in a circular shape. A loud sound, like a thunderclap, suddenly roared in this world. The huge energy aftershock caused by the collision of the two forces directly caused the surrounding space to show signs of instability. The Ascension boat, which was in the distance, only came into contact with a trace of the aftershock. It shook violently. Priest Xiushui was so frightened that she hurriedly urged the Ascension boat to retreat until it was 1,000 miles away. This Zhuowen is actually so strong. The aftermath of their battle actually caused us to tremble in fear. What exactly is the background of that Shuowen? The 5 elders and thousands of people of the Qingshui tribe were stunned. They looked in disbelief at the blood-red spear shadow and the storm-like claw shadow in the distance. They were naturally not surprised that the evil creature could display such a powerful force. However, the fact that the seemingly thin and weak young man could display such an abnormal move really shocked everyone. Even Priest Qiushui and the other 3 could not help but be shocked and tremble by the huge blood-red spear that cut through the void. Although they had already experienced Zhuowen's strength, they were still shocked by the amazing spear. There was always a limit to a person's strength. They could not imagine that a person could display such a supernatural power. This was unimaginable in the eyes of the people of the Lost Tribe, above the sealed land. The evil creature's pupils shrank when it saw its netherworld fiery claws being suppressed by the blood-red spear shadow. Immediately, it waved its claws violently again and said in a low voice, "Damn it, little brat, go to hell." The evil creature roared, and the claw shadow in the void became stronger, faintly suppressing the blood-red spear shadow. Futile struggle. With a cold snort, Zhuowen's left hand suddenly swiped across the body of the great blood-colored spear. An even thicker stench of blood immediately gushed out from the demon moon dragon spine spear. Soon after, the sea of blood in the void became even more powerful, faintly showing the might of a stormy sea. Under the support of the sea of blood, the blood-colored spear shadow's bloody glow brightened and actually became even more powerful. Kacha! An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out, and then the countless claw shadows in the void were directly shattered by the blood-red spear shadow, turning into countless fragments. Whoosh! Zhuowen stomped his feet in the air. He seemed to have transformed into a dazzling electric light. He arrived above the evil creature in an instant. He tightly gripped the blood-red spear with both hands and fiercely swung it downwards. The huge spear shadow was like a lofty mountain. It rumbled as it whipped the evil creature's body. Boom! Under the whipping of the spear shadows, the monstrous body of the evil being, which was hundreds of meters tall, suddenly fell down like a deflated balloon. With a deafening bang, the monstrous body of the evil being smashed into the sand, creating a huge crater that was as deep as an abyss. On the ascension boat, thousands of miles away, countless people of the Lost Tribe were focused on the battle between Zhuowen and the evil creature in the void. When Zhuowen turned into a flash of lightning and threw the huge blood-red spear to the evil creature to the ground, everyone on the ascension boat was stunned. The originally noisy ascension boat became completely silent at this moment. Chapter 367. Defeated. The evil being has been defeated. Everyone on the ascension ship was stunned when they saw the huge hole in the seal. Their faces were filled with nervousness and anticipation. It's not that simple. The body of this evil being is extremely tough. Several hundred years ago, the master of the holy city once took action to deal with this evil being. Although he was able to defeat it, he was unable to kill it at all. In the end, he had to rely on the Holy Maiden's sealing formation to seal it, Priest Jin Hua said with a grave expression. Sure enough, just as Priest Jin Hua finished speaking, a wave of violent vibrations suddenly spread throughout the desert. Soon after, a huge black shadow flapped its black wings and rushed out of the huge hole in the seal. Its mountain-like black claws swept out and directly grabbed at Zhuowen in the air. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He gently stomped his foot and transformed into a lightning glow, easily dodging this claw. Immediately, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the evil being, which appeared to be completely unharmed, a short distance away. This evil being is really durable. It took a full blow from the blood-bursting style just now, but it doesn't seem to be injured at all. Zhuowen muttered in his heart as a solemn expression appeared on his face. At this moment, the evil being's expression was not very good. Its huge eyes stared straight at Zhuowen. It did not expect that the power it was most proud of would be suppressed by the young man in front of it. This made the evil being both shocked and angry. I really didn't expect a mere human to have such powerful strength. This point of yours really makes me admire you. From the strength you displayed just now, I'm afraid that your strength is not inferior to the Lord of the Holy City. But so what? Our Netherworld race is an excellent race that is immortal and indestructible. So what if the Lord of the Holy City is stronger than me? He can't kill me at all. The evil being looked at Zhuowen with some fear and sneered. There is no such thing as immortal and indestructible in this world. As long as one's strength reaches a certain level, everything will be destroyed. You are no exception. Zhuowen said indifferently as his right hand gently stroked the body of the spear. Humph, what an arrogant brat. I said that you can't kill me, but I can kill you. Based on this point, you are in a situation where you are bound to lose. The evil creature's face turned cold. The pair of black wings on its back suddenly opened and closed. It once again turned into a black shadow and flew toward Zhuowen. Wherever it passed, the entire space shook. Zhuowen was not to be outdone. He raised his spear with his right hand and took a step forward. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the evil creature without hesitation. Boom, boom. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. The shadows of spears and claws enveloped the entire space, wreaking havoc everywhere like a storm. If someone walked in carelessly, they would definitely be torn to pieces. Wave after wave of violent explosions continuously surged out from the area where the two were fighting. Blazing rays of light spread out like a scorching sun, extremely dazzling. The area within 1,000 miles of the sealed land had turned into an extremely tragic battlefield. Countless huge craters had been blasted out of the sand by the enormous energy. Bang! In the void, Zhuowen dodged a claw shadow. He suddenly tightened his grip on the bloody spear in his hand and once again fiercely swung it on the evil creature's body. Naturally, the evil creature fell to the ground without exception, smashing out a huge crater. However, Zhuowen's attack really seemed to have no effect on the evil creature. Every time Zhuowen struck it down, the evil creature would still fly up to the void and fight with Zhuowen again. This gave Zhuowen quite a headache. I have an immortal body, but your human body is extremely fragile. I only need to attack your body, then you will definitely die. Die, die, die. The evil creature's eyes were bloodshot. Its huge claws were like a storm as it attacked Zhuowen without any regard for its own life. The evil creature relied on its advantage of thick skin and thick flesh to attack without any regard for defense. It was hoping that its attack would hit Zhuowen. As long as it could hit Zhuowen, even if it was just a single attack, it was confident that the human in front of it would be severely injured. At that time, it would definitely win. I only need one attack. As long as I can hit you, I will definitely win. At this moment, the evil creature had gone completely berserk. It attacked Zhuowen without any regard for its own life. Under the evil creature's desperate attacks, Zhuowen, who had seemed to be having a relatively easy time, began to feel a little strained. Although this evil being was slightly weaker than him and was only equivalent to an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator, its body was far more resilient than he'd imagined. Even when he used the Moonfiend Dragon's Pine Spear and used the Bloodburst style, it didn't do much damage to the evil being's body. Damn it! This guy's attacks don't seem to care about its life at all. Zhuowen said in surprise as he struggled to defend himself. Finally, under the barrage of attacks from the evil beings, the blood-red Great Spear in Jua Wen's hand slightly deviated, revealing an extremely obvious flaw in his lower abdomen. "You've finally revealed a flaw. Now you can die for me." Looking at the exposed lower abdomen, the evil creature's face immediately revealed a happy expression. Its dark, sharp claws fiercely smashed towards the weak spot, directly bombarding Joie, Wen's abdomen with irresistible force. Immediately, a powerful energy surged out from behind Joie when in the form of a ring-shaped ripple. Soon after, Jouen fell down like a withered leaf. With a boom, he smashed a medium-sized hole in the sand below. What? Jouen lost? Looking at the rapidly falling figure, Gu Xin, and who, wooing on the ascension boat, couldn't help but cry out in shock. Even the 4 high priests and the other people of the Qingshui tribe had expressions of shock on their faces. Soon after, this shock turned into sadness and despair. They knew that if this powerful young man wasn't a match for this evil creature, their Qingshui tribe would really be finished. It seems that the heavens want our Qingshui tribe to die. This evil creature is really too powerful. Even Zhuowen isn't a match for it. Priest Jinhua clenched her scepter and said rather sadly. Priest Qiushui clenched her jade-like hands and gritted her teeth. Her pretty face was filled with despair. Her cherry lips opened and closed as she muttered, "It's over. It's really over. High Priest, we aren't a match for that evil creature at all. Let's quickly drive the ascension boat and escape. Otherwise, everyone in our Qingshui tribe will die." Seeing that Zhuowen had been defeated, the 5 elders all looked at Priest Qiushui and said in unison, "Priest Qiushui, the elders are right. Let's quickly escape. Our strength is too insignificant. If we go over, we'll just be sending ourselves to our deaths." Amir also said in a deep voice. Priest Qiushui bit her lower lip and stared deeply at the hole in the distance. She also knew that their entire Qingshui tribe couldn't contend with that evil creature and could only helplessly help Zhuowen. On the ascension boat, Gu Xin, and Hu Wuying's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Gu Xin said furiously, "Brother Zhuo worked so hard to fight for your Qingshui tribe. Now that he's been defeated, you're just going to watch him die and leave?" When Priest Qiushui heard this, there was a trace of shame on her pretty face. After all, Zhuowen had fought against the evil creature alone for their Qingshui tribe. Although it was due to the space-time array, he was still doing his best to protect their Qingshui tribe. Now that they were leaving, it was indeed unreasonable. However, Amir sneered and said, "The sealing stone tablet was originally destroyed by that Zhuowen. The main culprit who lured out the evil creature was also that guy. Shouldn't that guy fight for our Qingshui tribe? Now that that guy is dead, it can be considered as atonement for this disaster." Hearing Amir's words, the crowd on the ascension boat was suddenly shocked. They didn't expect that the sealing stone tablet was actually destroyed by that monstrous youth. However, after the shock, anger appeared on their faces. So it was that youth who destroyed the seal and released the evil creature. He really deserves to die. Now that he's killed by the evil creature, he deserves it. Yes, he caused our tribe to have to migrate. This person really deserves to be hacked into pieces. He deserves to die. This sinner deserves to die. Many of the Qingshui tribesmen on the ascension ship started cursing and scolding Zhuowen. They seemed to have completely forgotten about how Zhuowen had risked his life to fight for them. The people were like this. They liked to follow the crowd and believe whatever others said. Now, Amir only needed to instigate them, and they immediately forgot everything that Zhuowen had done. Instead, they began to curse, looking at the indignant crowd on the ascension boat. Amir's face immediately became complacent. He even shot a disdainful glance at the angry Gu Xin and Hu Wuying not far away. In his opinion, Zhuowen was especially powerful among the three of them. The two little followers behind Zhuowen were at most small fries, so he didn't put them in his eyes. At that time, Zhuowen's power in breaking the formation made him lose face in front of a group of subordinates. Because he was afraid of Zhuowen's strength, he didn't dare to show it. Now that Zhuowen was dead, Amir naturally did his best to smear Zhuowen's name. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's faces immediately turned ugly. Looking at the complacent Amir, Gu Xian coldly said, "Shut up! If you dare to speak ill of Brother Zhuo again, don't blame me for being impolite." Impolite? Look at you two small fries. Looking at the two of you, you're just Zhuowen's little followers. How dare you talk tough in front of us? Amir's face also turned cold. He looked at Gu Xian in front of him and was about to say a few harsh words. Gu Xian suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of him. Then he felt his neck tighten. Gu Xian had appeared in front of him without him knowing. She casually grabbed his neck with her right hand and lifted him up, staring at him coldly. Chapter 368. Everyone on the Ascension vessel was shocked. They never thought that the scrawny Gu Xian would be able to subdue Amir in a single move. Amir was a bronze warrior with a strength of about 10,000 jin. Such strength was enough to shatter rocks with a single punch and uproot a tree with both hands. Yet he was so fragile in front of Gu Xian. You'd better watch your stinky mouth. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. Gu Xian's eyes were extremely cold as she stared at Amir in her hand and said word by word. Amir's face was filled with fear. He nodded repeatedly and stammered, "I won't dare to do it again. Please don't kill me." Humph! With a cold snort, Gu Xian flung Amir to the ground. She then turned to Hu Wuying and said, "Wuying, let's go. Let's go find Brother Zhuo. I believe he won't die so easily." Hu Wuying nodded and gave Amir a warning glare. Then the two of them jumped off the Ascension vessel and jumped down from the sky. Priestess Qiu Shui looked at Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, who had left the Ascension ship, with a complicated expression. She clenched her jade-like hands and said to Priestess Jean, "Hua, Priestess Jean Hua, you drive the Ascension vessel and bring everyone away. I will follow those two to find young Master Zhuo." "High Priestess, you must not. You will die without a doubt if you go. Evil creatures are not something you can deal with." The 5 elders immediately stepped forward to stop her. Priestess Qiu waved her hand and said with a resolute expression, "Young Master Zhuo is fighting for our Qingshui tribe. As the High Priestess of the Qingshui tribe, I naturally owe him a favor. I cannot leave with a clear conscience, so you don't have to persuade me." After Priestess Qiu Shui finished speaking, she leaped off the Ascension ship and disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving the people on the Ascension ship looking at each other. Priest Jean Hua sighed softly. She knew that since Priest Qiu Shui had made up her mind, then they couldn't stop her at all. She sighed with emotion in a low voice. "This is Priest Qiu Shui's decision. We can't stop her at all. I'll take all of you away from here and head to a safe place first." After saying that, Priest Jean Hua activated the Ascension boat and quickly flew into the distance. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, who had landed on the sand, looked at the huge evil creature in the distance with fear in their eyes. Just as the two of them were about to go to the sealed land to look for Zhuowen, the sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out from behind them, causing them to involuntarily look back. They saw Priest Qiu Shui, who was wearing a veil, slowly floating down. "Priest Autumn Water, why did you follow me?" Gu Xian frowned and asked curiously. Priest Qiu Shui bowed gracefully, but said with a bitter smile, "Amir has offended you just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. After all, young Master Zhuo is fighting for our Qingshui tribe. As the tribe's high priest, I naturally can't ignore young Master Zhuo's life and death. Hearing Priest Qiushui's words, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's expressions became slightly better. Gu Xian smiled and said, "Since Priest Qiushui has said so, then we'll thank you in advance. However, you priests are too weak. It's too dangerous for you to go to the sealed land." Priest Qiushui smiled and flipped her lily-white hand. A sparkling and translucent jade appeared in her palm. She said, "This jade is called the Turtle Firmament Stone. It contains a powerful defensive array called the Turtle Firmament Array. The defensive power of this array is enough to delay that evil creature. We can take advantage of that time to save young Master Zhuo." There was a slight joy on the faces of the Gu Xian duo when they heard Priest Qiushui's words. They also knew that the priests among the ancient remnant people were extremely proficient in formations. Even powerful practitioners did not dare to underestimate the strength of the formations that they borrowed. "Let's go." As he spoke, the three of them hurriedly rushed towards the sealed area. At this time, the evil creature in the sealed land roared to the sky and laughed out loud. "Reckless fools! You've finally been killed by this king. You're indeed very strong. If you had a body as strong as this king, then this king would definitely not be your opponent. However, you're just a human. With a human's weak body, this king can directly slap you to death. Therefore, your death is not unjust. After all, you fought so many rounds with this king. There are 3 more reckless brats coming over." After laughing, the evil creature suddenly turned its head. Its lantern-sized eyes immediately stared at Gu Xian and the other 2 who were rushing towards the sealed land. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on the corners of its mouth. "Since you've come to court death, then this king will fulfill your wish. Ha! I haven't come out for a long time. Compared to being sealed, the outside is much better. This king can finally enjoy the pleasure of killing." Saying so, the evil creature stomped its foot on the ground and suddenly turned into a huge black shadow. It rushed towards Gu Xian and the other 2 at a speed so fast that it almost tore through the air. "Not good. That evil creature has discovered us and is rushing towards us." Gu Xian immediately noticed that the oppressive huge black shadow was rushing towards them and could not help but turn pale with fright. "The 2 of you need to give me a hand. Inject all your energy into the Turtle Cloud Stone to activate the Turtle Cloud Array contained within," Priest Qiushui quickly said. Hearing this, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying also knew that the situation was critical. They hurriedly injected their Yuan power into the Turtle Cloud Stone. For a moment, the surface of the Turtle Cloud Stone emitted a rather dazzling golden light. Then, the golden light turned into thousands of golden rays of light. Countless golden rays of light constantly streaked across the void, faintly outlining a strange outline. The moment the golden rays of light in the void stopped, a golden defensive formation that looked like a tortoise shell appeared in front of the 3 of them. The surface of the Turtle Cloud Array looked like a huge golden tortoise shell. Dazzling golden rays of light constantly flickered. The moment the Turtle Cloud Array was completed, the evil creature had already arrived above their heads. The evil creature laughed wantonly and waved its huge claw, which was as big as a mountain, directly towards the Turtle Cloud Array in front of the 3 of them. "You really don't know what's good for you. How dare you try to save people in front of this king? Go to hell." Boom! In an instant, the mountain-like giant claw slammed into the tortoise shell. Then, countless sparks burst out and streaked across the void. The firmament tortoise array trembled violently, but miraculously, it managed to block the evil creature's claw. Is this a formation? It can actually block this king's claw. Looks like it's not simple. However, this is the end of it. Watch as this king tears it apart. The evil creature was stunned at first. Then it waved its claw again. Thick black energy revolved around its huge claw. Its powerful energy fluctuation almost caused the surrounding space to become slightly unstable. Boom! The huge claw mercilessly bombarded the tortoise shell again. Then a sudden cracking sound was heard. Then Guexien and the other two were shocked to find that the surface of the turtle cloud array had already cracked. Break it! With a loud shout, the evil creature exerted force with its right claw. The turtle cloud array immediately shattered into powder like glass. Uffed! Guexien and the other two immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood from the backlash of the formation. Then they all flew backwards and fell into the sandpit. Their faces were contorted in pain. This evil creature is really strong. Its strength is comparable to a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. It might even be a little stronger. We're finished this time. Hu Wuying said gloomily. Guexien smiled bitterly. I originally thought that with Brother Zhuo's participation, our Rot-Tan Armor City would shine in this Origin Chi Tower battle. I didn't think that we'd have such a bad start. Although Priest Xiushui didn't quite understand what Guexien and Guexien were talking about, she knew that the three of them were really finished. If even the turtle cloud array couldn't stop the evil creature, then there was no need to mention the three of them. Kiki, all of you, go to hell. After breaking through the turtle cloud array, the evil creature didn't show any mercy. Its mountain-like claw blasted out once again, targeting Guexien and the other two who were struggling to get up not far away. Just as the giant claw was about to descend on their heads, an ear-piercing sound suddenly cut through the air from afar. Soon after, it fiercely slammed into the descending giant claw. Clang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then, the giant claw with irresistible force actually stopped in midair. The evil creature couldn't help but be stunned. Its gaze converged on the giant claw. It saw a blood-red spear, with dense blood chi directly under its giant claw. When it saw the blood-red spear clearly, the evil creature's pupils involuntarily shrank. Wasn't that Zhuo's weapon? How is this possible? That brat didn't die? He actually didn't die from my full-strength attack. The evil creature waved its giant claw and slapped the blood-red spear away. Then, its eyes were filled with shock as it looked at the deep pit not far away. Then, it was shocked to see a slender figure slowly walking towards it. At the same time, in the right palm of the figure, a 5-colored lotus flower that constantly emitted muffled crackling sounds slowly bloomed. Just now, were you tickling me? Zhuo stared at the evil creature and said calmly, Damn it, what a troublesome human. You actually didn't die. However, it's not too late to finish you off now. With a cold snort, the evil creature directly gave up on Guexien and the other two in front of it. The black wings on its back suddenly opened and closed, and it directly swept towards Zhuo. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. Looking at the evil creature rushing towards him, Zhuo's face was very calm. Zhuo slowly raised his right hand and then gently threw it. The 5-colored lotus flower in his palm bloomed in the most dazzling manner in the void and flew towards the evil creature. Ha ha! It's useless. No matter what move you use, it won't work on me, because I have an immortal and indestructible body. The evil creature didn't care about the fire and ice lotus. With a cold smile, it waved its giant claw and casually slammed it on the fire and ice lotus, wanting to directly destroy it. However, the instant his claw came into contact with the lotus, his heart involuntarily thumped a few times. That was an omen of extreme danger. Soon after, he felt a faint but intense fluctuation from the ice and fire lotus in his claw. Chapter 369. Resolve the five-colored lotus quietly floated in the air and slowly bloomed. It was a beautiful and refined flower, giving one a brand new look. Seeing the five-colored lotus getting closer and closer, the sinister smile on the evil creature's face suddenly froze and was replaced by shock. This was because it actually felt a strong sense of danger from this seemingly powerless five-colored lotus. This sense of danger was something it had never felt since it was born in this world. Damn it! What's going on with this lotus? Why does the aura it's faintly emitting make my heart palpitate? This five-colored lotus is definitely not ordinary. Dodge! Just as the giant claw was about to touch the five-colored lotus, the evil being's hair stood on end. The black wings on its back suddenly retracted, and it actually retreated directly. Its intuition told it that it absolutely couldn't take this five-colored lotus head-on. In the distance, the winged Zhuowen watched as the evil creature tried to escape. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he said indifferently, "Trying to escape? But it's too late. Ice fire lotus. Explode." As he spoke, Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and gently pinched the air. The five-colored lotus flower that was within reach of the evil being actually expanded countless times in an instant. Then a violent explosion that seemed to shake the heavens and earth suddenly rang out. Following that, a dazzling five-colored brilliance flashed across the horizon. Boom! The destructive energy created a series of translucent ripples in the air. With the five-colored lotus as the center, the ripples spread out in all directions. Then, the sand within several thousand miles of the sealed area seemed to become weightless as it suddenly soared into the sky, forming a dazzling rain of sand that pitter-pattered down. Gu Exan, Hu Wuying, and Priest Choshue were the first to realize that something was wrong. They had all retreated several thousand miles away. At this moment, the three of them were staring dumbfoundedly at the area in the distance that was like a sun. That area had become a hot area with countless explosions occurring continuously. This Zhuowen actually had this move. Isn't this move a bit too terrifying? Even an ultimate emperor realm cultivator would probably be skinned alive if they were hit by that five-colored lotus. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. This was the first time they had seen Zhuowen use such a powerful move like the ice-fire lotus. Naturally, they couldn't remain calm. Looks like Brother Zhua didn't use his full strength when he fought against Lu Yuanhua in the Mortal Pavilion. If he had used this move back then, Lu Yuanhua might really have been defeated by Brother Zhua, Hu Wuying sighed with emotion. Gu Xian firmly nodded when he heard that. At the same time, he felt a bit more confident about this trip to the Sandstone Island. Since Zhuowen had such a powerful trump card, their Vine Armor City basically didn't need to fear any advanced cities. Perhaps Vine Armor City really would be able to successfully pass through the first layer this time. Priestess Qiu Shui, who was standing not far away from the two of them, covered her cherry lips with her jade-like hands. Her pretty face was filled with shock. This was the first time she had seen such a power that seemed like it could collapse the heavens and shatter the earth, especially the explosion area that stretched for nearly 1,000 miles in the void. It was as dazzling as the scorching sun in this world. At the same time, extremely miserable cries rang out in the sealed area. Gu Xian and the others immediately recognized the owner of the cries. Wasn't it the evil being? The three of them could even see the figure of the evil being constantly rolling and struggling in the sun-like explosion area. It's really terrifying. The body of the evil being is extremely tough. Even the Lord of the Holy City couldn't kill it. He could only suppress it. However, under the explosion of the five-colored lotus, the evil being actually let out such miserable cries. It seems that the evil being has been injured. Seeing the figure constantly struggling in the explosion area Priest Choshue couldn't help but say in surprise. Whoosh. Damn human. Just you wait. I won't let you go. In the explosion area, the evil being roared towards the sky unwillingly. Then, the black wings on its back contracted. It actually planned to directly rush out of the area and escape. However, just as the evil being was about to rush to the edge of the explosion area, a slender figure holding a blood-red great spear slowly walked over. As soon as this figure appeared, the surrounding explosion energy retreated, opening a path for him. Want to escape? You think it will be so easy? The figure raised his head slightly, revealing a delicate and handsome face. He grinned at the evil being in front of him. Immediately, the blood-red great spear moved. Countless blood seas gathered around the great spear. Then Zhuowen stepped lightly and instantly arrived in front of the evil being. He swung the great spear and ruthlessly whipped the evil being's body. Bang! The evil being's huge body was suddenly sent flying by this blow. It shot back into the center of the explosion area. Immediately, countless explosive forces enveloped the evil being. Then, more miserable cries rang out. Hovering at the edge of the explosion, Zhuo Wen's expression was indifferent as he looked at the evil being in the middle of the explosion zone. There was a trace of surprise in his heart. He was well aware of the power of the ice and fire lotus. However, the evil being was only seriously injured after being hit by the ice and fire lotus. The toughness of its physical body caused Zhuo Wen's expression to change. After about 10 breaths of time, the miserable cries in the explosion area finally became weaker. Finally, the miserable cries came to an abrupt end. Immediately, a huge black figure fell straight down from the center of the explosion area like a meteorite, smashing a huge deep hole in the ground. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen's feet gently stepped on the air. With a swoosh, he landed above the deep hole and quietly looked down at the evil being that was on its last breath. At this moment, the evil being looked very miserable. The ink-black scales on its surface were all curled up. Through the gaps in the scales, one could see bloody wounds. It looked quite ferocious and terrifying. The evil being lying in the deep hole panted violently. From time to time, it coughed up thick blood. Its huge lantern-like eyes looked at Zhuowen in horror. It could not understand how its tough physical body could be broken by the young man in front of it. Now its life was in danger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, 3 figures suddenly rushed over from afar and arrived in front of the deep hole in an instant. It was Gu Xian and the other 2. When they saw the evil being falling from the sky, they rushed over without stopping. When they saw the evil being that was on its last breath in the deep hole, the expressions on their faces suddenly became rich. The evil being was defeated. This evil being that has troubled our Qingshui tribe for hundreds of years was defeated just like that. Priest Choshue muttered to herself. There was still a trace of disbelief on her pretty face. Boom, boom. In a void nearly 10,000 miles away from the sealed land, a white flying boat was flashing past. Suddenly, a violent explosion was transmitted, and then an invisible energy ripple caught up with the flying boat in an instant, causing the flying boat to tilt to the side. What's going on? What's going on with this energy? There were thousands of people on the flying boat. Under such a bumpy ride, they could not help but sway. Everyone's faces suddenly revealed a look of horror. Then, they all looked in the direction of the sealed area. When everyone saw that in the void of the sealed area thousands of miles away, there was actually another ball of light that looked like the sun. The intense light was so dazzling that everyone could not help but cover their eyes with their hands and look over with narrowed eyes. Isn't that where the sealed area is? Could that energy be released by the evil being? It's really powerful. Just a trace of its energy shockwave is enough to make the ascension boat sway. Our Qingshui tribe is really finished. This evil being is really powerful. It's just a pity for our high priest. That's right. Why did the high priest have to go find that Zhuowen? That's just jumping into a fire pit. That Zhuowen is really hateful. If he died, then so be it. Instead, he harmed our Qingshui tribe. Priest Jean, whose forehead was covered in sweat. Only then did she manage to stop the swaying flying boat in midair. Then, the 3 high priests and 5 elders looked at the violent explosion in the distance with complicated expressions. The evil being broke out of the seal. I really don't know who can stop such an evil being. Priest Jean Hua said with a sigh, "It's all that Zhuowen's fault. If it weren't for him, our Qingshui tribe wouldn't have to migrate at all, let alone wander around. It's one thing for that fellow to die, but he still wants to drag our Qingshui tribe down with him. How despicable." Amir mustered up his courage and said hatefully, since Guxin and the others weren't on the flying boat, "Amir, say less. Although the sealing steel was destroyed by Zhuowen, he still fought for your Qingshui tribe. Now, he even died in battle. It's enough to make up for his mistakes. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to pursue the mistakes of a dead person?" Priest Jean Hua frowned when she saw Amir blabber on and on. She snorted coldly and spoke with some dissatisfaction. "Priest Jean Hua, you're not a priest of our Qingshui tribe. You have no right to order me around. After all, the one bearing the brunt of this disaster is our Qingshui tribe, not your Golden Flower tribe." Amir crossed his arms and sneered. "You," Priestess Jean Hua's expression changed slightly. She pointed at Amir, and a trace of anger appeared on her face. But at this moment, the scepter in her hand suddenly lit up, and then a young woman's face appeared. "Priest Qingshui, how are you? Were you affected by the evil being's attack?" This was the communication device between their tribes. It could show the other party's face. Priest Jean Hua looked at the projection in front of her with surprise and quickly asked. When the Qingshui tribesmen on the flying boat saw Priest Qingshui's projection, their faces lit up with joy. They quickly gathered around Priest Jean Hua and stared at her projection with bright eyes. "Priest Jean Hua, now that the Qingshui tribe is safe, quickly take the flying boat back." Priest Qingshui smiled. "What? Priest Qingshui, are you joking? The evil being is still wreaking havoc in the sealed area. We'll just be throwing our lives away if we go back." Priest Jean Hua said strangely. "The evil being has already been dealt with. It was young Master Zhua who dealt with it. That earth-shattering explosion was caused by young Master Zhua." Chapter 370. Parthenon Temple. What? Zhuowen isn't dead, and he even defeated the evil creature? How is that possible? How can Zhuowen still be alive after being hit by the evil creature? Also, Priestess Qingshui said that the evil creature has been dealt with. That's impossible. Even the Lord of the Sacred City couldn't deal with the evil creature and could only rely on the seal to trap it. How can Zhuowen deal with it? Could it be that he's even stronger than the Lord of the Sacred City? On the airship, there was an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but voice their doubts. In their hearts, the evil creature was so powerful that even the Lord of the Sacred City couldn't deal with it. How could Zhuowen deal with it? They didn't believe it at all. Even if it came from Priestess Qingshui, they still wouldn't believe it. "High Priestess, did you make a mistake? Although Zhuowen is very strong, it's not possible for him to deal with the evil creature alone, right? After all, even the Lord of the Sacred City couldn't deal with that evil creature." Amir hurried to the front of the projection and asked with a frown. Faced with Amir's doubts, Priestess Qingshui frowned and said indifferently, "Since you don't believe it, then look at this, and you won't doubt it anymore." After Priestess Choshue finished speaking, a huge crater appeared on the side of the projection. In the crater, a creature as big as a mountain was lying in the crater on its last breath. At this moment, the mountain-like creature was exceptionally miserable. The scales on its body were almost curled up and blood flowed freely. Even moving seemed to be extremely difficult for it. On the airship, when everyone saw the miserable state of the giant creature, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this the evil creature that was wreaking havoc in the seal just now? The evil creature was actually defeated? Did Zhuowen really defeat the evil creature? When everyone regained their senses, the ascension ship became noisy again. Many of the tribesmen of the Qingshui tribe couldn't help but cheer. After all, the Qingshui tribe was their home. Naturally, they weren't willing to move. Now that the evil creature was taken care of, they were naturally overjoyed. Other than joy, many people's gazes also contained a complicated expression. They did not expect that the seemingly frail-looking youth would actually be able to deal with the evil creature in the end. This caused everyone to involuntarily revere Zhuowen. After all, the strong would be respected no matter where they went. This was an unchanging law since ancient times. Amir, who didn't believe it at first, fell silent at this moment. Looking at the pitiful evil creature in the image, Amir couldn't help but shudder. The shock in his heart was more intense than anyone else's. Young Master Zhua is truly amazing. He was actually able to get rid of that evil being completely by himself. Let's go. Let's return to Qingshui tribe now. The 3 high priests and the 5 elders of Qingshui tribe, including Priestess Jinhua, were all pleasantly surprised. Immediately after, Priestess Jinhua hurriedly activated the ascension ship and turned into a shadow with a whoosh, returning along the original path. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Qingshui tribe, there was an extremely vast oasis. The oasis was filled with trees, and there was an abundant lake. The area of this oasis was much larger than the oasis where the Qingshui tribe was located. Compared to this oasis, the Qingshui tribe's oasis paled in comparison. This oasis was called the Sacred Region by countless vestigial tribes. It was the center of the entire Sandstone Island, and at the centermost position of the Sacred Region was a huge city that looked like a huge coiling dragon. The height of the city walls alone was dozens of feet high. The area it occupied was even more vast, almost occupying 1/3 of the oasis's area. This city was the Holy City, a place that countless vestigial tribes of the Sandstone Island yearned to enter. However, the conditions to enter were too harsh. The Holy City was under the jurisdiction of the Lord of the Holy City, and everyone in the Sacred Region was an extremely powerful warrior. Everyone here worshipped great power, so if one wanted to enter the Holy City, one must display enough strength to qualify to enter the Holy City. Of course, there was another shortcut to enter the Holy City, and that was to have enough wealth. Even if the people who provided enough wealth to the Holy City were not strong enough, they could still enter the Holy City. Therefore, the people in the Holy City were either rich or strong, and the people inside were not simple people. At this time, the Holy City was bustling with people and carriages. However, the people walking in the Holy City would occasionally look at a white stone temple in the center of the Holy City with awe. This temple was called the Parthenon Temple. Its architectural style was similar to the Roman Colosseum on Earth. It was located in the center of the Holy City in a circular shape. It was dozens of feet tall and had a total of 100 floors. Each floor had an arched white stone door. Through these doors, one could see many figures coming and going inside. At the top of the Parthenon Temple was an arched hall. In this hall, a graceful figure stood quietly in the center of the hall. This graceful figure was a young girl of about 18 years old. She had a head of long golden hair, and the thin veil outlined her graceful figure extremely alluring. Under the long golden hair, an extremely white and holy face slowly appeared. This girl was the owner of the Parthenon Temple, and also one of the highest leaders of the Holy City, Saintess Alice. In the Holy City, Alice's reputation was greater than the Lord of the Holy City. Whether it was the warriors or the priests, they all greatly respected this saintess who represented the Holy City. Creak! The stone door of the hall was suddenly pushed open. A burly middle-aged man with short golden hair, wearing a golden armor, quickly walked into the hall. Alice, what's going on? Why did you suddenly summon me to your Parthenon temple? The golden-haired middle-aged man came to the center of the hall and stared at Alice's back. He knew that Alice, as the saintess, wouldn't easily summon him if it wasn't something important. Now that she suddenly summoned him, it was likely that something big had happened. Alice slowly turned around, raised her head slightly, and softly said to the golden-haired man, "Lord Ottos of the Holy City, the evil creature sealed in the southeast region has broken out of the seal." "What? An evil creature has broken out of the seal? Alice, why didn't you inform me earlier? Now that the evil creature has broken out of the seal, the surrounding tribes will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. You should have sent me a message about such a serious matter, so I could have been prepared." Ottos immediately glared at Alice when he heard her words. Alice didn't care at all. She still said with a calm expression, "The reason why I didn't inform you is because I sensed that the evil creature that broke out of the seal has become very weak. It seems like it could die at any time." "What? The evil creature that broke out of the seal has become weak? How is that possible? The vitality of these evil creatures is comparable to cockroaches. Even I can't kill them. The most I can do is suppress them." Ottos frowned and mumbled to himself, "There's no need to guess. The evil creature in the southeast was killed by someone. Just now, through the senses of the Parthenon Temple, I sensed a power far stronger than yours appear in the southeast. It was this power that severely injured the evil creature. It's not far from death now." Alice's tone was very calm. Otto's right hand trembled when he heard this. He glared at Alice and said, "A power far stronger than mine, and severely injured the evil creature? Alice, are you sure what you sensed is the truth? I, Ottos, am the Lord of the Holy City, the strongest warrior on the entire Sandstone Island. I'm also the only golden warrior. Who on this island is stronger than me?" Alice's beautiful eyes flickered. She sighed and said, "If you don't believe me, then forget it. Maybe there really is something wrong with my senses." Alice knew Ottos's character very well. Since he had become the Lord of the Holy City and the first gold-tier warrior in the history of the Sandstone Island, Ottos had become extremely conceited and arrogant. In Ottos's opinion, he was undoubtedly the strongest person on this island. Ottos narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Alice. He turned and left the hall after leaving behind a few words. "Alice, I hope you won't make such a joke next time." A trace of worry appeared on Alice's calm face as she looked at the departing figure. She softly murmured to herself, "Over the past few days, the Parthenon Temple has been transmitting a sense of danger. Could it be related to the power that destroyed the evil creature? Unfortunately, Ottos is too headstrong and self-opinionated. He didn't notice this sense of danger at all. I wonder if the Holy City will be affected." In a dense forest thousands of miles away from the Holy City, there was a group of people slowly approaching the Holy City. Standing at the front of the group was a young man who was no more than 25 years old. There was a sparkling and translucent token on the young man's waist, and the front of the token was engraved with the word Earth. It was actually an Earth rank token. Since this team had an Earth rank token, their identity was self-evident. They were one of the representatives of the 4 advanced cities that had entered the Sandstone Island. The Holy City is the real core of the Sandstone Island. It is also the holy land that all the lost clans on this island yearn for. The control center of the Sandstone Island must be in the Holy City. We just need to sneak into the Holy City and capture the Lord of the Holy City and the Saintess. Then we can directly interrogate them about the location of the control center of the Sandstone Island. The young man in the lead had a handsome face. He looked at the huge Holy City in the distance with a face full of confidence. We also need to be careful of the teams from the other 3 advanced cities. After all, they are all advanced cities. We have to be careful. The man in blue standing next to the young man said indifferently, "Su Shuai, are you afraid? Our 9 Dragon City has 3 half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Only the Thunder Universe City is a little difficult to deal with. The other 2 teams aren't even worth mentioning." The young man chuckled. "Maybe let's enter the Holy City first. When the time comes, we'll find an opportunity to make our move." The man in blue shrugged. Chapter 371. Entering the sealed grounds. The sealed grounds was filled with countless holes and sand. It was a desolate and decadent place. Thud, thud, thud. Landing lightly on the evil creature's head, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at the dying evil creature. Don't kill me, I beg you." The evil creature's huge eyes were filled with fear, and it started to beg for mercy. Zhuowen shook his head and sneered. "Do you think it's useful to beg for mercy now? Since you've lost, your fate is sealed. So, go to hell." Clang! The blood-red spear made a buzzing sound as it pierced through the air and pierced the evil creature's head. The sharp spear pierced through the gaps between the curled scales and pierced the evil creature's flesh like a hot knife through butter. The powerful Yuan power used the blood-red spear as a medium and smashed the insides of the evil creature's head into mush. "Damn it! If you kill me, you'll die a horrible death too." The intense pain caused the evil creature to howl at the sky. Its eyes were wide open as it stared at Zhuowen with hatred. Its life force slowly dissipated, and it died with its eyes wide open. This was originally a battle to the death. Begging for mercy before death is such a joke. Zhuowen said indifferently as he shook his head with a mocking smile. The moon demon dragon's pine spear seems to be devouring the essence blood of this evil creature. Just as Zhuowen was about to pull out the moon demon dragon's pine spear, he suddenly realized that the spear in his hand was acting strangely. He could not help but mumble to himself, "Kid, it seems like the essence blood of this evil creature contains a trace of the dragon clan's bloodline. Otherwise, the moon demon dragon's pine spear would not be so eager to absorb its essence blood." Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen felt relieved. The moon demon dragon spine spear was originally refined from the moon demon dragon spine in ancient times. Furthermore, it was a young moon demon dragon spine spear. Therefore, this spear was much more malleable than other soul treasures. As a member of the dragon clan, the moon demon dragon naturally desired the bloodline of the dragon clan. Ever since the moon demon dragon spine spear absorbed the blood essence of the bloodhorn dragon slaying flood serpent in the blood swamp, it was upgraded from a middle-grade spirit treasure to a high-grade spirit treasure. However, it was still only a low-grade, high-grade spirit treasure. With the help of the moon demon secret manual, its power could barely be compared to a high-grade spirit treasure. I wonder if the moon demon dragon spine spear can be upgraded to a high-grade, middle-grade spirit treasure after absorbing the blood essence of this evil being? Looking at the moon demon dragon spine spear that was continuously absorbing the essence blood of evil creatures, Zhuowen revealed a trace of a smile on his face. The moon demon dragon spine spear that was complemented by the moon demon secret codex was of great help to him. Being able to raise the grade of the moon demon dragon spine spear naturally made Zhuowen feel pretty good. While the moon demon dragon spine spear is absorbing the blood essence, I should take advantage of this time to properly recuperate from my injuries. With that, Zhuowen directly sat down cross-legged on the evil being's head. After swallowing a few healing pills, he silently closed his eyes and began to recuperate. Zhuowen had not won this battle easily. The full force attack of the evil being was not easy to bear. Although Zhuowen had cultivated the Jadestone body tempering method to the 6th level, and his body was far stronger than an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, he still felt the blood in his body boil and roil. There were faint signs of a backlash. Not far away, Gu Xin and the other two watched as Zhuowen sat cross-legged and recuperated. They did not dare to disturb him in the slightest and could only wait silently. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Soon after, a white ascension boat shot through the air and finally stopped not far away from Gu Xin and the other two. It then slowly descended. Priest Jinhua, the 3 high priests, and the 5 elders led the tribesmen of the Clearwater tribe off the boat and gathered towards Gu Xin, Priest Qiu Shui, and Hu Wuying. During the process of disembarking from the ship, everyone saw the mountain-like evil creature's corpse not far away, especially the slender figure sitting cross-legged on the evil creature's head. Looking at the figure, everyone's eyes involuntarily revealed a look of reverence. They knew that the evil creature was killed by this person. Priest Qiu Shui, High Priest. A group of people gathered and came to Priest Qiu Shui's side. Among them, the 5 elders asked in a probing manner, "Qiu Shui, is that evil thing really dead?" Priest Qiu Shui smiled faintly. "Don't worry. The evil being has been completely dealt with by young Master Zhua. In the future, our Clearwater tribe will no longer have to worry about anything. Speaking of which, we still have to thank young Master Zhua." After she finished speaking, the 5 elders and the tribesmen of the Clearwater tribe revealed a relaxed expression. The evil being's existence had always been a threat to the survival of their tribe. Now that it had been dealt with, it was undoubtedly an undeniable benefit to their tribe. The High Priest is right. This is all thanks to young Master Zhua. If it weren't for him, our Clearwater tribe would still have to constantly be on guard against the evil being's threat. The 5 elders looked at each other and smiled as they spoke. On the other hand, Gu Xin and Hu Wuying sneered. When Zhuowen was struck down by the evil being, this group of people ran away faster than anyone else. They even indiscriminately blamed Zhuowen. Now that the evil being had been dealt with, their faces changed faster than anyone else. However, Gu Xin and Hu Wuying did not intend to pursue the matter. After all, they would not be staying in the Clearwater tribe for long. When the time came, they would leave through the space-time array and head to the Holy City after obtaining the green crystal jades from the sealed land. After waiting for another hour, a clear buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the blood-red great spear. Then, the great spear trembled and automatically shot out from the evil being's body. Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged on the head of the evil being, slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. With a light step, he leaped into the air and easily caught the flying moon demon dragon spine spear in his hand. At this time, the moon demon dragon spine spear did not change much compared to before. However, from the body to the tip of the spear was covered with a rich dark red color. Compared to the previous blood red color, it was slightly dimmer. However, the aura emitted from the spear made Zhuowen quite satisfied. Looks like the dragon tribe bloodline within this evil object is quite rich. It actually managed to raise the demon moon dragon spine spear from a low-rank soul treasure to a high-rank middle-rank soul treasure in one go. Zhuowen joyfully said, as he felt the powerful aura being transmitted from the spear. After putting away the moon demon dragon spine spear, Zhuowen immediately noticed that not far away, Gu Xian, Hu Wuying, and the tribesmen of the Qingshui tribe were all staring at him. Ignoring the others, Zhuowen directly went in front of Gu Xian, Hu Wuying, and Priestess Qiu Shui. He cupped his hands in a sincere manner and said, "Brother Gu, Brother Hu, and Priestess Qiu Shui, thank you for risking your lives to save me. Brother Zhuo, you are too polite. With your strength, you did not need us to save you at all. Just now, we were just doing something unnecessary. Moreover, the three of us were saved by you," Gu Xian said with a hollow laugh. Hu Wuying and Priestess Qiu Shui were also a little embarrassed. Just as Gu Xian said, the three of them really did not help at all. Instead, they were more of a hindrance to him. "Since you are so considerate, then I, Zhuowen, will naturally accept your kindness," Zhuowen said seriously. When it came to dealing with people, Zhuowen was still very principled. Although Gu Xian and the others did not help at all, they did not hesitate to fight against the evil creatures in order to save him. This courage and attitude made Zhuowen's heart feel slightly warm. Seeing Zhuowen so serious, the three of them were quite moved. In the end, Priestess Qiu Shui said with a smile, "Young Master Zhuo is indeed a man of character." Qiu Shui is impressed. "Also, don't the three of you want to go to the holy city? I wonder if you can bring me along." "You also want to go to the holy city?" Zhuowen said with a little surprise. "Yes." Qiu Shui originally planned to go to the Parthenon temple in the holy city to learn the Tao of formations. "If I enter the Parthenon temple, I will be able to receive the personal guidance of the saintess. This will be of great help to my cultivation of the Tao of formations." So, Priestess Qiu Shui clenched her jade-like hands and secretly sized up Zhuowen. "Since Priestess Qiu Shui said so, I naturally will not refuse. However, Priestess Qiu Shui, you should first bring us to the sealed place and find the green crystal jade. There is not much time left for the three of us." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen looked at Priestess Qiu Shui and said. Hearing this, Priestess Qiu Shui nodded. She turned around and said a few words to the people of the Qingshui tribe. Then, Priestess Qiu Shui led Zhuowen and the others to the depths of the sealed place. The center of the sealed place was where the sealing stone tablet was located. Looking at the deep cave in the center of the sealing stone tablet fragment, Zhuowen shook his head and smiled bitterly. When he first broke the sealing stone tablet, he really did not notice the cave under the sealing stone tablet. "The green crystal jade vein is in this cave. The three of you only need to follow behind me. Although the evil creatures have been eliminated, there are still many formations and restrictions left in this cave. If you accidentally trigger them, it will be extremely troublesome." As she spoke, Priestess Qiu Shui took the lead and entered the cave. Zhuowen and the other two naturally followed closely behind her. Once they entered the cave, Zhuowen and the other two felt a cold aura invading them. The light in the cave was extremely dim. Fortunately, the few of them were warriors with good cultivation. Even in the dark, they could see clearly. The cave was extremely deep and connected in all directions. There were always many corners extending from time to time, like a maze. Fortunately, with Priestess Qiu Shui leading the way, the few of them walked quite smoothly. Along the way, the four of them would occasionally encounter some traps and formations. Fortunately, they were all broken by Priestess Qiu Shui one by one. After about an hour, the four of them finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. This was a huge natural hall, surrounded by steep rock walls. From time to time, water droplets would drip from the surface of the rock walls. The sound of the water droplets hitting the ground was quite clear and pleasant. The three of you, the green crystal jade vein, is right in front. Priestess Choshue pointed ahead and said, Chapter 372, Refining the Crystal Jade Vein. In front of them was a rather short passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were pieces of sparkling and translucent fiery red ores. These ores were shaped like flames. If one did not look carefully, they would think that the passageway was filled with flames instead of ores. However, Zhuowen stared straight at the fiery red ores in the passageway. He could not help but whisper, shaped like flames, with many horns on the sides. Hot like flames, color like cinnabar. Isn't this the refining crystal jade mentioned in the jade stone body tempering technique? The jade stone body tempering technique mentioned that refining crystal jade was a type of jade that was refined from magma in the depths of the earth. The refining crystal jade was filled with a fiery heat. The shape of the jade itself was extremely similar to flames, but it was too rare. Refining crystal jade was too rare in the outside world. Even the Xianbao Pavilion, a top chamber of commerce in the Qing Xian Empire, did not have any refining crystal jade. However, the densely packed mineral veins in front of Zhuowen were actually all refining crystal jade. This made Zhuowen feel a little dizzy. Since when did refining crystal jade become so worthless? Priest Qiushui, Guxian, and Hu Wuying also noticed Zhuowen's strange behavior. Priest Qiushui asked with some surprise, Young Master Zhuo, do you recognize this green crystal jade? I do. This green crystal jade is called refined crystal jade, where we come from. This kind of jade is extremely important to me. I wonder if Priest Qiushui is willing to part with a portion of it. Zhuowen stared at Priest Qiushui with a fervent gaze. When Guxian and Hu Wuying heard about refining crystal jade, their faces were also filled with shock. It was obvious that the two of them had also heard of refining crystal jade. In an instant, their gazes became much more fervent. Seeing the strange expressions of the three, Priest Qiushui also knew that this green crystal jade would be very useful to Zhuowen. She smiled and said, Young Master Zhuo, why are you treating me like an outsider? After all, you were the one who dealt with the evil creature. You are the benefactor of our Qingshui tribe. The reserves of this green crystal jade are quite rich. If young Master Zhuo wants it, feel free to take it. When Priest Qiushui said this, Zhuowen gratefully cupped his hands and said to Guxian and Hu Wuying, the value of this refining crystal jade and the reserves of this mineral vein is also extremely rich. You don't need to hold back and take as much as you can, and of it. After he finished speaking, Zhuowen and the other two entered the tunnel. Then, the three of them began to plunder the refining crystal jade on both sides of the tunnel like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. Looking at the expressions of Zhuowen and the other two, Priest Qiushui could faintly guess that this green crystal jade was somewhat extraordinary. However, she didn't take it to heart. In the eyes of the Lost Tribe, the green crystal jade's main function was to provide energy for the formation. Apart from that, it didn't have many other uses. Moreover, the one thing that their sandstone island didn't lack was green crystal jade veins. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention to it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuowen and the other two moved forward in the tunnel. They frantically stripped the refining crystal jade on both sides of the tunnel and threw them into their qianquan bags. The three of them walked for nearly 100 meters. The refining crystal jade along the way had basically been plundered by the three of them. However, the tunnel seemed to be endless. They still couldn't see the end of the tunnel. Our Qianquan bags are full. We can't hold any more refining crystal jade. Suddenly, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying stopped abruptly. They looked at the tunnel and the many refining crystal jades that were still very deep. Their faces were full of regret. In addition to regret, the two of them were more ecstatic. After all, their Qianquan bags were only intermediate-level Qianquan bags. The storage space was much smaller than that of advanced-level Qianquan bags. Even so, the value of the refining crystal jades that filled their intermediate-level Qianquan bags had far exceeded the foundation of an intermediate-level city. Even if they returned in defeat from the Vitality Tower, the two of them could completely turn Rattan Armor City, which was originally a low-level city, into an intermediate-level city by relying on the refining crystal jades in their Qianquan bags. In that case, you should leave the tunnel first. I still have some storage space in my Qianquan bag. I should be able to store some more refining crystal jades. Zhuowen nodded slightly. After saying this, he once again rushed into the depths of the tunnel. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying didn't argue. They nodded and happily returned to the entrance of the tunnel. The refining crystal jades that the two of them had obtained were an extremely generous sum of money for them. After advancing another 500 meters in the tunnel, the advanced level Qianquan bag on Zhuowen's waist was almost full. Therefore, Zhuowen stopped in a timely manner. Looking at the seemingly endless tunnel in front of him, Zhuowen rubbed his chin and said with some surprise, "This tunnel is really deep. I've already advanced nearly 1,000 meters, but I still haven't reached the end. I really don't know where the end of this tunnel leads to." "Kid, don't go any deeper. The depths of this tunnel are very dangerous. This Dragon Lord has a premonition that if you go any further, I'm afraid that we'll all be finished." Suddenly, Xiaohei's solemn voice sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen was shocked. This was the first time that he had seen Xiaohei so solemn. It seemed that this tunnel was really unusual. "Can you sense what's in the depths of this tunnel? Could it be that some powerful creature is sealed in there?" Zhuowen asked curiously. "I don't know either. Earlier, this Dragon Lord had already probed the depths of the tunnel with my divine sense. However, just as I was about to reach the bottom of the tunnel, this Dragon Lord's divine sense was actually crushed by an extremely powerful force. That force isn't something that a living creature can possess. It's very likely that it's a naturally formed trap. This kind of trap is the most dangerous. Even a saint would be in danger if they entered." Xiaohei said solemnly, "A naturally formed trap." Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He could feel the intense fear in Xiaohei's voice. "In that case, let's leave this tunnel. Anyway, my Qianquan bag is already filled with refined crystal jades. It's not worth it if we go any deeper." After taking a deep look at the depths of the tunnel, Zhuowen took a step back and went back the way he came. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhuowen returned to the entrance of the tunnel. Gu Xian, Hu Wuying, and Priestess Qiushui were all waiting for him at the entrance. "Brother Zhuo, you have the most bountiful harvest this time. If I had known that I would encounter so many refined crystal jades in here, I would have steeled my heart and bought a high-grade Qianquan bag." Gu Xian looked at the bulging Qianquan bag on Zhuowen's waist with envy. "Are you still not satisfied? The amount of refined crystal jades in your middle-grade Qianquan bag has already far exceeded the resources of an ordinary middle-grade city." Zhuowen rolled his eyes and joked. They chatted for a while more before Priestess Qiushui led them back to the surface. Then, the group of four directly entered the Qingshui tribe. In the center of the Qingshui tribe was a huge hall. At this moment, Zhuowen, Gu Xian, Hu Wuying, and Priestess Qiushui were all in the hall. In addition, the 3 high priests and the 5 elders were also in the hall. however, the 3 high priests and the 5 elders were clearly a little reserved. They looked at Zhuowen's figure with great respect. After all, the young man in front of them possessed strength that far exceeded that of an evil creature. With such an expert standing in front of them, it was natural for them to be quite nervous. 5 elders, prepare the space-time array. These are the green crystal jades we just obtained from the sealed place. Quickly set up the array. Priestess Qiushui took out 5 refined crystal jades and handed them to the 5 elders. As you command. After taking the 5 refined crystal jades, the 5 elders hurriedly came to the center of the hall. On the ground in the center, there was a large array that was several feet in size. The array was engraved with cryptic characters and patterns. This array was the only space-time array in the Qingshui tribe. The 5 elders were arranged in 5 different directions of the array. The refined crystal jades in their hands were placed in each corner of the array. Then, the 5 elders began to chant. At the same time, the 5 elders extended their right fingers and pressed them against the surface of the refined crystal jades in front of them. Immediately, Zhuowen felt the energy within the refined crystal jades being stimulated. Sizzle! Sizzle! The 5 refined crystal jades suddenly released clusters of flames. They were like 5 fire dragons that surrounded the array. At the same time, the originally dim array completely lit up. Finally, a white light pillar appeared above the array. Young Master Zhuo, the space-time array has been activated. Let's go in now. Priestess Qiushui smiled at Zhuowen. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen and the other 2 looked at each other. Without hesitation, they stepped into the space-time array. Priestess Qiushui took a deep look at the hall before following Zhuowen and the other 2 into the array. Whoosh! The light beam flashed, and the figures of the 4 disappeared into the light beam. When the light beam dissipated, the space-time array was empty. At the same time, on the other side of the Sandstone Island, there was an oasis tens of thousands of miles away from the sanctuary. This oasis was several times larger than the Qingshui tribe. The tribesmen in the tribe were all abnormally strong. This tribe was called the Tigerfang tribe. It was the tribe closest to the sanctuary. Normally, when other tribes used the space-time array to go to the sanctuary, they would first arrive at the Tigerfang tribe and then take the flying ship to the sanctuary. The Tigerfang tribe was extremely powerful and wealthy. There were more than 10 space-time arrays in the tribe. Just from this point alone, one could see that the Tigerfang tribe was far more powerful than the Qingshui tribe. Chapter 373. Tigerfang tribe. This is the tribe closest to the sanctuary. It's called the Tigerfang tribe. It's one of the strongest tribes on the entire Sandstone Island. Usually, when people from other tribes want to go to the sanctuary through a space-time formation, they would first go through the Tigerfang tribe's space-time formation before taking the ascension ship to the sanctuary. After the 4 of them stepped out of the space-time formation, Priest Qiushui introduced the tribe to Zhuowen. Hearing that, Zhuowen and the other 2 nodded. At the same time, they began to size up the Tigerfang tribe outside the space-time formation. The Tigerfang tribe did look much bigger than the Clearwater tribe. Moreover, many of the people walking around were bronze warriors. On the Sandstone Island, it was actually very easy to identify a warrior's rank. This was because warriors of the corresponding rank would have a badge on their chest. Bronze warriors had bronze badges, silver warriors had silver badges, and gold warriors naturally had gold badges. These badges represented a warrior's glory and strength. Therefore, warriors with ranks on the Sandstone Island would wear the corresponding badge on their chest. Seeing that many of the people walking around were bronze warriors, Zhuowen was slightly surprised. It seemed that the Tigerfang tribe was indeed much stronger than the Clearwater tribe. After all, the Clearwater tribe only had one bronze warrior, and that was the strongest in the Clearwater tribe, Amir. On the other hand, a bronze warrior like Amir was rather mediocre in the Tiger Fong tribe. More people are coming out. Looks like there's more to be gained. The bronze warriors guarding the two sides of the space-time formation looked at each other and smiled when they saw that 4 people had come out of the space-time formation. As they spoke, the 2 bronze warriors came in front of Zhuowen and the other 3. They stretched out their hands naturally and said, "You know the rules. You have to pay a fee to use the space-time formation of our Tiger Fong tribe. 250 crystals per person. There are 4 of you. Hand over 1,000 crystals." Looking at the 2 bronze warriors in front of him, Zhuowen was startled. He didn't think that he would need to hand over the so-called crystal stones when he came to the Tiger Fong tribe. It was obvious that the crystal stones were the common currency of the Sandstone Island. However, Zhuowen and the others had never even seen the crystal stones before. So how could they have the so-called crystal stones? Right when Zhuowen's group of 3 were hesitating, Priest Autumn Water slowly walked forward and took out a bulging deerskin pouch and said, "2 little brothers. There are 1,000 crystals in here. You can count them." The 2 bronze warriors stared at the deerskin pouch in Priest Choshue's hands and grabbed it. They couldn't wait to open the pouch and check the crystal stones inside. After checking, the 2 of them revealed a trace of joy and said with a relaxed expression, "Yes, it is indeed 1,000 crystal stones. Since you have paid the fee, you can walk freely in our Tiger Fong tribe. Even if you leave now and head to the sacred region, no one will stop you. Priest Autumn Water, I owe you a favor." Cupping his hands, Zhuowen said seriously. However, in his heart, he was glad that he brought Priest Autumn Water along. It was the right decision. "Young Master Zhuo is too polite. Compared to the contributions you've made, Choshue's contribution is insignificant. All right, after paying the fee, we can leave the Tiger Fong tribe and head to the sacred region." Priest Autumn Water said with a smile. Zhuowen also nodded. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden commotion around them. Immediately, Zhuowen and the others felt that the surrounding atmosphere had become a little tense. The 2 bronze warriors guarding the space-time array lowered their heads slightly and looked behind Zhuowen and the others with a respectful expression. Clear and orderly footsteps slowly came from behind. Zhuowen and the other 3 turned their heads to look, and just happened to see a vigorous young man slowly walking towards them with a team. The young man's face was full of high spirits and arrogance. "I didn't think that the young chief would actually come out to patrol today. This is quite rare. Maybe it's a whim. The young chief's talent is extremely high, and the chief is extremely strict with him. He rarely lets the young chief do a job like patrolling." The 2 guards standing in front of Zhuowen and the others whispered to each other. This also let Zhuowen and the others know the identity of the young man who led the team in high spirits. However, what made Zhuowen feel strange was that the young chief looked to be in his 20s, but the emblem on his chest was actually a silver emblem. Clearly, this young man was a genuine silver warrior with strength of over 100,000 kilograms. At the same time, what Zhuowen didn't notice was that Priest Autumn Water, who was standing behind him, had her hands clasped together. Her eyes faintly revealed a trace of nervousness as she stared at the young man in front of her. The young man completely ignored the respectful gazes of the surrounding tribesmen. Instead, the corner of his mouth was brimming with a smile. He actually walked towards Zhuowen and laughed heartily. "Autumn Water, you didn't even inform me that you were coming to the Tiger Fong tribe." Arriving in front of Zhuowen and the others, the young man directly ignored Zhuowen and the other 2 beside Priest Autumn Water. Instead, he stared at Priest Autumn Water with a burning gaze. His face was filled with joy and excitement. Priest Autumn Water's delicate body trembled slightly. She involuntarily moved closer to Zhuowen and frowned slightly. How did you know that I would come to the sacred region? Did Elder Qianshui tell you? Elder Qianshui was the only female elder of the 5 elders in the Qingshui tribe. She was the old woman with a head full of silver hair. Elder Qianshui had always advocated for a marriage alliance between the Qingshui tribe and the Tiger Fang tribe. After all, the Tiger Fang tribe was an extremely powerful tribe. With such a tie, it would be difficult for the Qingshui tribe not to develop. Moreover, it just so happened that the young chief of the Tiger Fang tribe was extremely fond of Priest Autumn Water. The marriage alliance between the 2 tribes was completely possible. However, Priest Autumn Water didn't really like the young chief of the Tiger Fang tribe. The name of the young chief of the Tiger Fang tribe was Yanhu. He was an extremely outstanding genius. At the age of 21, he had already reached the level of a silver warrior. In the future, he would inherit the entire Tiger Fang tribe. Logically speaking, Yanhu's talent was good, and his appearance wasn't bad. It wouldn't be bad for Priest Autumn Water to marry the former. However, Yanhu's reputation wasn't too good. He had played with many young girls, and there were even some girls who were directly tortured to death. Therefore, Priest Autumn Water didn't like Yanhu at all. Yanhu grinned and said, "Since you've already guessed it, I don't want to say any more. I think you also understand my intentions. Even the 5 elders of your Qingshui tribe have agreed to the marriage alliance between our 2 tribes. Don't tell me you won't consider it. Moreover, with the strength of our Tiger Fang tribe, once our 2 tribes have a marriage alliance, the strength of your Qingshui tribe will increase by a lot. This is a good thing that can satisfy both sides. I think you don't have to reject it. Autumn Water," Yanhu said with a proud smile. Priest Autumn Water coldly smiled and said, "If you can swear in the holy city's Parthenon temple that once our 2 tribes have a marriage alliance, your Tiger Fang tribe will definitely support our Qingshui tribe with all your strength. If that's the case, then I'll agree to the marriage alliance. Otherwise, don't even think about it." Hearing this, Yanhu's expression instantly changed. Actually, the reason why he wanted to have a marriage alliance with the Qingshui tribe was mainly because of Priest Autumn Water's appearance. In the entire Sandstone Island, Priest Autumn Water's appearance could be considered top-notch, especially that trace of charm that faintly revealed. It was always able to evoke the evil fire in Yanhu's heart. He couldn't wait to directly press her down and ravage her. Yanhu's original goal was to use the marriage alliance as an excuse to have some fun with Priest Autumn Water. Once he got tired of playing with her, he would naturally abandon her like grass. In the end, this so-called marriage alliance would only be an empty promise. In the past, Yanhu had used the marriage alliance as an excuse to deceive many priestesses of small tribes. After all, their Tiger Fang tribe was really too prosperous. There were countless small tribes that wanted to rely on their Tiger Fang tribe. Therefore, Yanhu took advantage of this loophole and played with many priestesses. However, this priest Autumn Water before him was very smart. She proposed that if he wanted to have a marriage alliance with her, then he would have to swear in front of the Parthenon temple that he would wholeheartedly support their Qingshui tribe. This way, Yanhu wouldn't be able to take advantage of this loophole. The Parthenon temple was the core of the holy city. It was said that it contained a strange energy. If you didn't fulfill your oath, then it was said that you would be punished by the heavens. This was the temple's punishment for those who broke their oath. This was also the reason why Yanhu's expression changed greatly. If he really swore in front of the Parthenon temple, then he definitely couldn't break his oath. He could only wholeheartedly support the Qingshui tribe. Naturally, Yanhu wouldn't do such a thankless task. Priest Autumn Water, It seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Now that you're in my Tiger Fong tribe, do you think you can still escape from my grasp? Originally, I wanted to talk nicely with you, but since you don't appreciate it, then don't blame me. Yenhu's expression darkened. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of malevolence. He gestured to the troops behind him with his mouth and said, "Capture this woman for me." The guards behind Yenhu suddenly raised their weapons and surrounded Zhuowen's group of four. Priest Autumn Water's expression changed greatly. She pointed at Yenhu and said, "Yenhu, do you still have any respect for the law?" "Ridiculous. In the Tiger Fong tribe, I am the law. You still want to discuss the law with me? He he." After chuckling, Yenhu indifferently glanced at Zhuowen, who was beside Priest Autumn Water. "Kid, get out of my way, or else I can't guarantee your safety. I'll also give you a chance. Either you let us go, or you die," Zhuowen coldly said as he indifferently looked at Yenhu. Originally, Zhuowen didn't want to cause any trouble, but this trouble came looking for him. Naturally, Zhuowen wouldn't shrink back in the slightest. Yenhu narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "You really have guts. With your skinny arms and legs, you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. You're simply courting death. Kill the three of them and leave the woman alive." Yes. Chapter 374. Legendary Warrior Bang Bang Bang. The muffled sound of fists hitting flesh suddenly rang out. Soon after, a series of miserable screams resounded. The dozen or so bronze warriors that had originally surrounded Zhuowen's group of four were actually sent flying in all directions in an instant. They landed over 10 meters away before violently smashing into the ground. Seeing the dozen or so guards being knocked down in an instant, the surrounding onlookers and the sneering Yenhu couldn't help but be stunned. "Brother Zhuo, you don't have to deal with these small fries. The two of us are enough." Brother Guexian is right. You've been risking your life all this time. The two of us should also contribute a little. Leave the small fries to us." Guexian and Hu Wuying, who were beside him, clenched their fists and slowly walked out to stand in front of Zhuowen. The dozen or so guards were naturally taken down by the two of them. Guexian was a warrior at the Great Circle of the Earth King realm, while Hu Wuying was slightly weaker, only at the Great Circle of the Earth King realm. Even so, the two of them were stronger than many of the powerful silver warriors on the Sandstone Island. Perhaps only some silver warriors with a strength of 300,000 jin could match the two of them. In front of the two of them, the bronze warriors were indeed like small fries, unable to withstand a single blow. "Take care of that small fries over there as well. With your strength, you should be able to take care of that so-called young clan leader in a few moves." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen pointed at Yenhu and said, "He he." Although Lord Lu Nantian said that we are not allowed to kill the ancient survivors in the Origin Energy Tower, it should be fine to just cripple him. "Brother, let me have this guy," Guexian said with a grin. Hu Wuying hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement and said indifferently, "Just cripple his limbs. Don't kill him." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Guexian nodded. Hearing Guexian and Hu Wuying talking back and forth, Yenhu's eyes immediately darkened. He roared angrily, "Damn it! These two bastards! Did they really think they were so great just because they defeated the bronze warrior? Watch as this young master cripples the both of you." Boom! As he spoke, Yenhu let out a furious roar. With a stomp of his foot, he directly charged towards Guexian, who was the closest to him. His fist ferociously smashed towards Guexian's face. The powerful force even tore through the air, emitting an ear-piercing sound. Yenhu was very tall, at least 2 meters tall. Coupled with his extremely tall and sturdy body, he was almost a head taller than Guexian. His aura was many times stronger than Gu Xian's. Gu Xian's gaze was unusually calm from start to finish. He raised his hand slightly and gently extended it. Like a nimble snake, he instantly pinched Yenhu's imposing fist. Cripple me? Perhaps you don't have the qualifications. The corner of Gu Xian's mouth slightly curled. Yuan power suddenly burst forth from his right hand, and an extremely powerful force was suddenly released. With a cracking sound, an extremely clear sound rang out, following which Yenhu's right hand actually bent irregularly. A mournful scream suddenly rang out. Yenhu's forehead was filled with sweat, and his face was filled with pain. However, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect that Gu Xian, who looked rather thin and weak, would actually cripple his right hand with just one move. Without waiting for Yenhu to regain his senses, Gu Xian's hands were like lightning and very cleanly crippled Yenhu's forelimbs. Plop! Yenhu fell face first onto the ground. His mournful screams endlessly rang out, causing one's hair to stand on end. Young clan leader. The dozen guards who were originally sent flying by Gu Xian and Gu Xian hurriedly came to Yenhu's side and helped him up. However, their faces were filled with intense fear. Where did these people in front of them come from? They actually crippled their Tiger Fong tribe's young clan leader with just one move. One must know that their young clan leader was a silver warrior. Looking at the crippled Yenhu, Zhuowen shook his head. This Yenhu was simply reaping what he sowed. He said indifferently, "Let's go." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out Qing Fan boat from his Chenkuan bag. The four of them entered Qing Fan boat, one after another. With a whoosh, Qing Fan boat shot out like an arrow towards the sanctuary. In the Tiger Fong tribe, the onlookers could only stare blankly at the departing Qing Fan boat and the crippled Yenhu not far away. Looks like the young clan leader kicked an iron plate. These people are not to be trifled with. The two people who attacked just now are very strong. To be able to cripple the young clan leader with just one move, they are at least high silver warriors. Didn't you see the conversation between the two people who attacked? It seems like the two of them are led by the youngest one. I'm afraid that the youngest one is the most terrifying existence among the three. It can't be. That young man looks to be around 18 years old. If he is stronger than the two who attacked just now, wouldn't he be a peak silver warrior? For a moment, everyone in the Tiger Fong tribe was discussing animatedly. They knew that someone who was able to cripple Yenhu in one move would definitely not be weaker than their patriarch. Perhaps this time, the arrogant and despotic young patriarch would really have to suffer in silence. Whoosh! Thousands of miles up in the sky, a green flying boat flew past. On the deck of the flying boat, there were 4 figures, 3 males and 1 female. It was Zhuowen's group of 4 who rowed Qing Fan boat to the sanctuary. Although the Tiger Fong tribe is the closest tribe to the sanctuary, it is still tens of thousands of miles away. If we want to reach the sanctuary, I'm afraid we will need 2 days. On the deck, Priest Qiushui said. Slightly nodding, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. He could feel that the control center of the Sandstone Island was definitely in the sanctuary's holy city. If he could guess the location of the control center, the representatives of the other cities would also be able to guess it. He knew that there would be a fierce battle in the holy city. Priest Qiushui, is there a strange place in the holy city? Or should I say, a different place? Suddenly, Zhuowen tilted his head and looked at Priest Qiushui. Priest Qiushui had once told him that the holy city covered a large area and there were many buildings inside. Looking for the so-called control center of the island in such a huge city was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, he guessed that the control center was definitely in a special place. Special place? Priest Qiushui was stunned when she heard this. After pondering for a while, she said, "If you want a special place, it should be the Parthenon Temple." "Oh, the Parthenon Temple?" Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. Priest Qiushui of the Parthenon Temple had mentioned it when she was arguing with Yanhu. He immediately asked, "Can you tell me what's so special about the Parthenon Temple?" Priest Qiushui nodded and said, "Actually, the origin of the holy city is very long. It is said that when the Sandstone Island was first formed, the holy city was already located in the center of the Sandstone Island. In those ancient times, evil creatures almost covered the entire Sandstone Island. They called themselves the Netherworld race and hunted our vestigial race. At that time, it was because of the holy city that our vestigial race was not completely wiped out. Later on, an amazing hero appeared in our vestigial race. His name was Alice. He was the only warrior who had reached the legendary rank since ancient times. After Alice became a legendary warrior, he took control of the holy city and became the Lord of the holy city. Later on, he borrowed the power of the holy city to seal all the evil creatures on the Sandstone Island. It was because of the rise of Alice that our vestigial race could become the masters of this Sandstone Island. Unfortunately, after getting rid of the evil creatures, Lord Alice mysteriously disappeared. No one knows where he went. However, when Lord Alice left, he left behind a huge temple. That is the Parthenon Temple of the Holy City. Before he left, Lord Alice spread the word that whoever could pass all the tests of the Parthenon Temple would become the true Lord of the Holy City and wield the ultimate power of the Holy City. From there, they would be able to exert endless power. Since then, the Parthenon Temple has become a sacred place in the hearts of all our vestigial race. At this point, Priest Qiushui's beautiful eyes were filled with deep reverence. Obviously, the Lord Alice she spoke of held a very high position in her heart. However, Zhuowen was indeed a little surprised. He really did not expect that a legendary warrior could appear on this small sandstone island. That was a terrifying existence whose strength alone reached more than 1,000,000 jin. With such tremendous strength, it would only take one punch to seriously injure Zhuowen. You said that Alice once spread the word that anyone who passed all the tests of the Parthenon Temple would become the true Lord of the Holy City. Then, did the Lord of the Holy City you speak of pass the tests of the Parthenon Temple? Zhuowen asked rather doubtfully. To his surprise, Priest Qiushui shook her head and said, "The current Lord of the Holy City is called Ados. He is a descendant of Lord Alice. Although Lord Ados is a golden warrior and is very powerful, he did not pass the tests of the Parthenon Temple. However, he is now the strongest person on the Sandstone Island. In addition, he is a descendant of Lord Alice, so we call him the Lord of the Holy City. In fact, Lord Ados does not control the power of the Holy City." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He knew that the control center that Lu Nantian was talking about was the power of the Holy City that Alice had mentioned. If he could control the power of the Holy City, he should be able to control the entire Sandstone Island and break through to the second floor. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, just as Zhuowen was a little absent-minded, a violent roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Zhuowen and the other two were shocked to discover that in the sky far away, a vast and boundless island was slowly rising like the rising sun. The entire endless ocean was boiling because of the island's ascension. Huge water pillars soared into the sky like water dragons, erupting into extremely beautiful splashes in the sky far away. It's only been 2 days, and someone has already seized the control center of the island. Chapter 375, Reaching the Saint Domain on the first floor of the Yuanqi Tower. All the representatives of the other cities on the islands of the endless ocean raised their heads to look at the huge island in the sky that seemed to blot out the sun. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. The Origin Chi Tower had only been opened for a short period of time, but someone had already taken the lead to seize control of the island and open the passage to the second floor. This really surprised many people. Chi. At the same time, a huge light screen appeared in the void again. At this time, the name of the island and the team that had passed the first floor was displayed in the first position of the light screen. Treasure Island, pass, House of Marquis Chin. Looking at the golden words on the first position of the light screen, Zhuowen and the other two revealed a look of understanding. The House of Marquis Chin's team had many Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Among them, LVE Tao was a monster ranked 15th on the Azure Emperor list. Although Zhuowen and the other two were a little surprised that they were able to pass so quickly, they didn't show too much emotion. As expected of the House of Marquis Chin, they were actually able to seize control of the island and reach the second floor so quickly. The House of Marquis Chin is too strong. If there are no accidents, the House of Marquis Chin will probably take first place in this Origin Chi Tower battle. Gu Xin and Hu Wuying looked at the words on the light screen with surprise, their voices filled with strong envy. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was silent. He just narrowed his eyes and stared at the huge island that was gradually getting farther and farther away. At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed that Priest Qiushui, who was standing beside him, didn't seem to have the slightest feeling about the roar just now. She didn't even notice the huge island that was rising in the distance. It seemed that the vestigial clan living on the island couldn't discover what was happening outside the island. This phenomenon was probably caused by Lu Nantian. Compared to the commotion inside the tower, it was even noisier outside the tower. When Treasure Island was the first to enter the second floor, many of the city lords in the 4 squares outside the tower were shocked. Although they knew that the Muqin Marquis estate had a monstrous existence like LVE Tao and would definitely obtain first place in the Origin Energy Tower, what shocked them was that the time taken by the Muqin Marquis estate's team was a little too short. Only 2 days had passed, yet they had already smoothly broken through the first level of the Origin Energy Tower. Looking at the golden house of Marquis Chin on the light screen, the corners of Lu Nanshan's mouth involuntarily curled up into a smile. Clearly, as the owner of the House of Marquis Chin, he was quite proud of the fact that the House of Marquis Chin's team could enter the second level so quickly. Marquis Lu, with a monstrous genius like LVE Tao, your House of Marquis Chin should have no problem winning the Origin Chi Tower this time. Originally, I thought that with the rapid progress of the Falling Star in the past few years, he would be able to compete with your House of Marquis Chin. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it was simply a fool's dream. The master of the meteorite said with a bit of jealousy, "There's no need to be so calculative. Your jade, Lady Starcourt's strength, is also not bad. You don't need to belittle yourself." LV Nantian said rather modestly. However, the smile that involuntarily appeared on his face completely betrayed his current mood. The other powerful figures on the platform didn't speak. They just stared at the light screen with a dignified expression. They were very clear about the gap between them and the House of Marquis Chin, so they didn't ask for a rebuff by competing with Lu Nantian. On the Sandstone Island, after the Treasure Island had completely broken through the void and left the first layer, Zhuowen and the other two slowly withdrew their gazes. Soon, we will arrive at the Sacred Realm. At that time, the other 4 advanced cities will also gather in the Sacred City. We need to be careful. There are still 2 days of travel. We can't slack off. We need to improve our strength as much as possible. Zhuowen glanced at Gu Xin and Hu Wuying said a few words and then entered the inner cabin of the Qing Fan boat. The Qing Fan boat was very big There were many rooms in the inner cabin. Zhuowen randomly chose a room and sat cross-legged on the boat. After the qi in his body had completely stabilized, Zhuowen took out a flame-like jade from his Qinquan bag. It was the refined crystal jade. Of the 4 high-grade cities on the Sandstone Island, the 2 teams from Azure Dragon City and Jiayu City are much weaker. They are only ranked below average among the high-grade cities. However, 9 Dragons City and Thunder Universe City are somewhat terrifying, especially 9 Dragon City. It is said that they have 3 half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts, the strongest of which can break through to the Ultimate Emperor Realm at any time. His strength is probably not weaker than an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Looking at the refined crystal jade in his hand, Zhuowen couldn't help but recall the information regarding 9 Dragons City. At that time, Guyu Tian had spent a lot of effort on the information regarding these cities in order to know oneself as well as the enemy. Therefore, Zhuowen knew that there were many extremely strong team representatives that he needed to pay attention to, and this 9 Dragon City was specifically mentioned by Guyu Tian. 9 Dragon City's team has 3 half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts, one of which is comparable to an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. 9 Dragon City should be the most difficult to deal with. If it was a one-on-one battle, I wouldn't be afraid. However, if the 3 half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts from 9 Dragon City attack together, even I might not be able to deal with them. Zhuowen frowned as he muttered to himself, "Kid, you have enough refined crystal jades now. You can definitely cultivate the jade body tempering technique to the 7th level. At that time, your physical strength will be comparable to a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm expert, and your strength will far surpass that of Otto's. At that time, you won't need to fear 9 Dragon Cities team at all." Xiaohei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen muttered, "Of course I know that. However, I only have 2 days. Even if I have refined crystal jades, I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate the jade body tempering technique to the 7th level in 2 days. You should cultivate first. Refined crystal jades have the effect of tempering the body. Under the effects of refined crystal jades, even if it's only 2 days, the quality of your physical body will increase by a lot." Xiaohei said somewhat helplessly, "That's true. I just don't know if the effects of refined crystal jades are as obvious as described in the jade body tempering technique." After muttering to himself for a while, Zhuowen locked his gaze onto the refined crystal jades in his palm. Taking a deep breath, he urged the Yuan power in his body to drill into the flame-like jades. Sizzle! The sound of something burning suddenly rang out. Under the guidance of the Yuan power, the refined crystal jades in Zhuowen's palm actually emitted an extremely hot aura, following which a dense red flame burst out from the refined crystal jades and enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. The blazing high temperature directly burned Zhuowen's body. Under the scorching heat, Zhuowen's skin actually began to become extremely charred, and his flesh began to curl up. Looking at the faint signs of his skin being charred, Zhuowen could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly urged the jade body tempering technique, and the charred surface of his skin was immediately dispelled. His skin emitted a jade-like luster. This refined crystal jades is really extraordinary. The temperature contained within it is so high. If I don't use the jade body tempering technique, even I will find it difficult to withstand such high temperature. Looking around at the surrounding flames, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He could feel that although the temperature of these flames was almost comparable to that of an Earth-grade flame, there was not a trace of invasion or destruction. Instead, it seemed to be extremely gentle. Seeing the flames emitted by the refined crystal jades, Zhuowen finally understood why the refined crystal jades were the most suitable for tempering the body. Such gentle flames could gradually promote the body to continuously adapt to the high temperature and achieve the effect of tempering the body. The human body was extremely fragile. If it was not tempered properly, it could easily collapse. Even if Zhuowen practiced the jade body tempering technique, he did not dare to use a barbaric energy like the earth fire to temper his body. This was because the earth fire was too destructive. Even with Zhuowen's current body, it was difficult for him to withstand the destructive power of the earth fire. However, the flames in the refined crystal jades did not have this concern at all. These flames had the scorching heat of the earth fire, but did not have the destructive power of the earth fire. Instead, they were very gentle and were the most suitable for tempering the body. The effect of one refined crystal jades is not that obvious. It seems that I need to add another one. Although the surrounding flames were extremely hot, Zhuowen, who had used the jade body tempering technique, did not feel much. Therefore, he took out another refined crystal jades from his Chenkuan bag. Sizzle! All of a sudden, the originally inconspicuous flame suddenly became several times more vigorous, and the temperature in the room also rose to an extremely exaggerated level. It was as if the room Zhuowen was in had become a furnace for alchemy. As he felt the surrounding temperature increase once again, Zhuowen nodded his head in satisfaction. Soon after, he closed his eyes and began to silently circulate the jade stone body tempering skill under this high temperature, using the surrounding high temperature to continuously temper his body. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, many things had happened. Since the house of Marquis Qin successfully seized the treasure island 2 days ago and broke through the void to enter the second layer, the remaining 4 superforces did not want to be outdone and succeeded in seizing the islands one after another. Ranked from 2nd to 5th were Jade Lady Starcourt, Marquis Bai Chuan, Marquis Yongsheng, and Imperial Sword Sect. In addition to these 4 superforces, some of the more powerful super cities had also entered the second layer within 2 days. In these 2 days, nearly 100 islands had successfully ascended. A huge and vast oasis slowly emerged in the distance. That oasis was the sacred realm of the lost race. In the center of the sacred realm, a sacred city stood alone like a coiling dragon. It looked proud, aloof, and had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Whoosh! A green airship flashed across the sky and headed straight for the sacred realm. On the deck of the green airship, Gu Xin, Hu Wuying, and Priestess Qiushui looked at the oasis in the distance with joyful smiles on their faces. Chapter 376. Encounter as they approached the sacred region. Priest Qiushui's beautiful eyes flashed as she said, "The sacred region is shrouded in a force that restricts flight, so we can't directly enter by flying boat. We have to get off the boat." Gu Xin and Hu Wuying were a little surprised, but they didn't ask any questions. "Wuying, you control the airship to land. I'll call Brother Zhua." Gu Xin instructed Hu Wuying and entered the airship's cabin. He quickly found Zhuowen's room. What surprised Gu Xin was that when he approached Zhuowen's room, he could faintly feel a trace of heat. The closer he got to Zhuowen's room, the more intense it became. When he arrived at the door of Zhuowen's room, the blazing aura had almost reached its peak. The scorching heat even caused Gu Xion's breathing to quicken, and the skin on the surface of his skin began to curl up. This somewhat oppressive feeling immediately caused Gu Xian to be extremely shocked. What is Zhuowen doing in his room? Why is it emitting such a high temperature? I can't stand it even if I'm outside the room. Gu Xian's face was solemn as he thought to himself. Dong, dong. Someone knocked on the door. Enduring the high temperature, Gu Xian said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhua, we've arrived at the sanctuary. We should get off the airship." After a while, a clear voice sounded in the room. "Okay, got it. I'll go to the deck immediately." Hearing the voice in the room, Gu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The sudden high temperature in Zhuowen's room really scared Gu Xian. He thought something bad had happened to Zhuowen. Now that he heard Zhuowen's voice, he relaxed. At the same time, a sliver of shock flashed through Gu Xian's heart. The scorching aura he sensed clearly came from Zhuo Wen's room. Even when he was outside the room, he felt his chest tighten and his breathing become ragged, let alone the temperature in the room. It was definitely much hotter than outside. Zhuo Wen's voice was full of energy just now. It was clear that he wasn't affected by the heat at all. This made Gu Xian respect Zhuo Wen even more. At the same time, he felt even more complicated. The young man who was weaker than him in the past had now left him far behind. Looking at the room with a complicated look, Gu Xian quickly left the inner cabin and returned to the deck. At this moment, the room was already filled with a rich, fiery red color. It was clusters of flames that were constantly burning, almost covering the entire room. On the bed, near the corner of the room, a topless young man slowly opened his eyes. The young man's naked upper body had a jade-like luster. The surrounding blazing flames didn't have the slightest effect on him. Instead, the young man twisted his neck as if nothing had happened and stood up. 2 days is really too short. Even if I use 3 quenching crystal jades to release the quenching fire at the same time to temper my body, I still haven't reached the 7th level of the jade body tempering technique! Reaching out his right hand, Zhuowen gently squeezed it. The surrounding flames immediately gathered in his hand and condensed into 3 flame-shaped quenching crystal jades in his palm. However, the color of these 3 quenching crystal jades had become rather dim. Obviously, Zhuowen's continuous use over the past 2 days had caused the flame energy within the quenching crystal jades to become thinner and thinner. Although you haven't successfully entered the 7th level of the jade body tempering technique, your current physical strength has increased by about 30%. I'm afraid you're not far from the 7th level of the jade body tempering technique. Now, even if you meet Lu Yuanhua again, you won't be suppressed by him even if you don't rely on the fire and ice lotus. Xiao Hei's voice slowly sounded in Yan Liqiang's mind. Lu Yuanhua has only just advanced to the ultimate emperor realm after all. His strength can't be considered strong. It's just that Lu Yongsheng is quite troublesome. If we meet again in the Origin Qi Tower, I'm afraid that guy will really kill me. Narrowing his eyes, a trace of coldness flashed across Zhuowen's face. Last time in the mortal stage loft, Lu Yongsheng had almost killed him. If it weren't for Qiu Chou and Miss Qing Lian, Zhuowen might have really died on the spot. Lu Yongsheng is an ultimate emperor realm expert and a genius on the Azure Emperor rankings. I'm afraid that even if you cultivate the jade body tempering technique to the 7th level, you still won't be a match for Lu Yongsheng. If you meet him, you'll really be in trouble. Xiao Hei suddenly gloated. Humph, it's not that early to meet Lu Yongsheng. After all, the first 3 levels of the Origin Qi Tower are for the power rankings. The 4th level is for the individual rankings. If Lu Yongsheng wants to make a move, he'll probably wait until I enter the 4th level. Zhuowen said with a sinister gaze. Hee. With that guy's arrogant personality, I'm afraid he won't think that you have the qualifications to enter the 4th level. Of course, he won't let you go just like that. Perhaps after the battle for the Origin Qi Tower ends, Lu Yongsheng will find trouble with you. Even Rattan Armor City and the Zhuo family might be implicated. Xiao Hei added fuel to the fire, wishing for the world to be in chaos. Zhuowen's expression was extremely calm as he said, "Don't worry. I'm still confident that I can enter the 4th level. Moreover, the Origin Qi in the Origin Qi Tower is so rich that it gives me a chance. As long as I advance to the ultimate emperor realm, coupled with the power of the jade body tempering technique and the two saint talismans, even if I can't defeat Lu Yongsheng, it's still possible for me to survive. All right now, I'm not thinking about Lu Yongsheng, but how to seize control of the Sandstone Island. Since we've arrived at the sacred region, I won't hand over control of the Sandstone Island. Whoosh! As he spoke, Zhuowen put on his clothes and walked out of the room to the deck. At this moment, Gu Xian and the other two on the deck also noticed Zhuowen. They nodded slightly at him and tried their best to control the Qingfan boat to land slowly. After nodding, Zhuowen looked through the deck and saw the huge oasis in the distance, as well as the huge city that looked like a coiling dragon in the middle of the oasis. Is that the holy city? It's really huge. Looking at the holy city in front of him, Zhuowen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The holy city's scale was much larger than Broken Rock City. Perhaps only a province could compare to it. Boom! At the same time, the Qingfan boat slowly descended from the sky and finally stopped at the edge of the sacred region. Then, the four of them walked down the Qingfan boat and looked at the lush green oasis in front of them. The three of you, this is the edge of the sacred region. It's only about half a day's journey to the holy city in the center. We only need to walk there. After getting off the boat, Priest Qiushui said with a smile. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying looked at Zhuowen with excitement in their eyes. They knew that the control center of the Sandstone Island was in the holy city. This time, the teams entering the holy city would not only be limited to Rattan Armor City. When the time came, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Even Zhuowen's eyes were filled with hope. Let's go. I hope that we're not too late. As he spoke, Zhuowen took the lead and entered the sacred region. Gu Xian and the other two followed closely behind. The sacred region was indeed the core of the Sandstone Island. Not long after entering the sacred region, Zhuowen's group of four met many vestigial clan members. These vestigial clan members were all talking and laughing. Moreover, their strength was not ordinary. Clearly, they were all preparing to enter the holy city. After walking for a few hours, the mundane rank token on Zhuowen's waist suddenly lit up. Zhuowen couldn't help but stop and frown as he looked at the mundane rank token on his waist. What's wrong? Gu Xian and the other two asked curiously when they saw Zhuowen stop. The mundane rank token's reaction is quite intense. I'm afraid that there are teams from other cities nearby. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Priest Qiushui was a little confused. However, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's expressions changed drastically when they saw the abnormality of the token on Zhuowen's waist. They didn't expect to encounter teams from other cities as soon as they entered the sacred region. Teams from other cities participating in the Vitality Tower battle had their own identity token. This identity token not only indicated the identity of a team from a city, but also could detect the presence of teams from other cities within a certain range. If a team from another city was within the detection range of the identity token would light up. This was why Zhuowen and the other two's expressions were so solemn when they saw the identity token light up. I wonder what level the teams from the nearby cities are. Don't tell me we'll encounter a team from a high-level city right from the start. Gu Xian said rather gloomily. We shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Hu Wuying said somewhat nervously. After all, the two of them were born in a low-level city like Rattan Armor City. In their eyes, high-level cities were all high and mighty existences. Even if they knew that there was a powerhouse like Zhuowen by their side, there was always a trace of uncertainty in their hearts. Priest Qiushui, we still have some things to take care of. You should enter the sacred city first. It might be very dangerous later. If you get dragged into it, we'll be a little apologetic. Zhuowen suddenly turned his head and said seriously to priest Qiushui. Zhuowen knew that if they met the teams from the unknown cities, a big battle would be unavoidable. If it was a low-level or mid-level city, Zhuowen wouldn't care so much. However, if it was a high-level city, then it would be a little troublesome. At that time, even Zhuowen would find it difficult to take care of priest Qiushui. Priest Qiushui was startled when she heard this. However, after seeing the dignified expression on Zhuowen's face, she hesitated for a moment. In the end, she nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I'll go to the sacred city first. I'll wait for you there." Priest Qiushui was a beautiful and intelligent woman. She was very clear about Zhuowen's strength. If he could make the former reveal a dignified expression, then it was likely that they would encounter big trouble ahead. She knew that with her meager strength, she would undoubtedly become a burden to Zhuowen. Therefore, she simply agreed to Zhuowen's suggestion. Looking at priest Qiushui's gradually disappearing figure, Zhuowen also breathed a sigh of relief. Letting priest Qiushui go first was undoubtedly the best choice at this time. Whoosh! At the same time, the token on Zhuowen's waist became even brighter. The light it emitted became particularly dazzling. The other party has also discovered us. Now they're rushing towards us. It seems that we have to prepare for battle. Chapter 377. Devil Iron City Rustle, Rustle, Rustle. Soft, rustling sounds suddenly rang out in the dense forest. Zhuowen and the other two immediately focused their gazes on the source of the sound. They saw 5 figures slowly walking out from the corner a few dozen meters in front of them. There were 3 men and 2 women among the 5. The leader was a young woman around the age of 20. She was beautiful and had a graceful figure. She wore a tight, black dress that outlined her beautiful figure. What was even more rare was that her skin was extremely white, like snow. The other 4 people all followed this woman's lead. It was obvious that this woman was the leader of this team. Walking out of the dense forest, the 5 people's gazes gathered on Zhuowen and the other 2, especially after seeing the word mortal on the token on Zhuowen's waist that was still shining. More or less, a trace of contempt and disdain appeared in their eyes. The mortal rank token was the lowest level token, representing a low-level city. The token on the waist of the leading woman was a mortal rank token. Obviously, these 5 people were a team from an intermediate city. Naturally, the 5 of them were filled with a sense of superiority towards a low-level city that was 1 level lower than them. What a bummer! It's actually a low-level city again. Why didn't we meet other intermediate cities? Another woman in the team glanced at the token on Zhuowen's waist and curled her lips in displeasure. This woman was younger than the leading woman. There was a trace of immaturity on her pretty face. Moreover, her face was somewhat similar to the other woman's. Obviously, the 2 women were related by blood. Second sister, don't talk so much. The situation is critical now. 1 more person means 1 more force. The leading woman helplessly glared at the complaining woman. Soon after, she came in front of Zhuowen and the other 2 and said with a faint smile, "The 3 of you, we are from Devil Iron City, an intermediate city. You don't have to be nervous. The 5 of us are not here to fight with you. My name is Zhang Xinya. The one who spoke just now is my younger sister, Zhang Huiya. She is young and speaks without thinking. I hope the 3 of you don't take it to heart." When Zhuowen and the other 2 heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. The woman in front of them was so polite. Obviously, she didn't have any hostility towards them. However, what surprised them was that Zhang Xinya was still so polite even though she knew that they were from a low-level city. This made the 3 of them a little confused. "My name is Zhuowen. I am from Rattan Armor City, A low-level city. These two are my companions, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying. Although Zhuo Wen was a little puzzled as to why this lady called Zhang Xinya was so polite to them, he still replied politely. As he spoke, Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes. Of Zhuo Wen? And why didn't your Devil Iron City directly enter the Holy City? Why are you wandering outside the Holy City? If I'm not wrong, you're deliberately trying to get close to our team. Zhang Xinya was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect the ordinary young man in front of her to be so meticulous. She also noticed that Gu Xian and Hu Wuying were deliberately standing behind the youngest young man in front of her. Obviously, they faintly followed the young man's lead. This young man seems to be a little complicated, Zhang Xinya thought. However, that was all there was to it. After all, Zhuo Wen's group of three had only come from a low-level city. Although Zhuo Wen, the youngest among them, was not an ordinary person, Zhang Xinya did not think much of him. After all, there was a huge difference between a low-level city and an intermediate city. Hearing this, Zhang Xinya was quite surprised. It seems that the three of you really don't know anything. Know what? When Zhuo Wen heard this, he faintly felt that something was wrong and quickly asked, "You really don't know anything? Coming from a low-level city, you are really the most useless. You don't know anything. Let me tell you, if you continue to move forward, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your lives." The younger Zhang Huiya sneered. Zhang Huiya's sneer made Zhuo Wen frown slightly, but he didn't bother to pay attention to this snobbish woman. He just silently waited for her to continue. The 5 people from Devil Iron City should have reached the Holy Region earlier than them. Logically speaking, they should have entered the Holy City by now. However, they were now wandering outside the Holy City. It was obvious that they had encountered something that prevented them from entering the Holy City. Zhuo Wen could ignore Zhang Huiya's sarcasm, but it didn't mean that Gu Xian and Hu Wuying beside him didn't care. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying immediately glared at Zhang Huiya and said, "You'd better watch your mouth." "Yo, you're not convinced. You 3 trash from a low-level city want to be on equal footing with us from a middle-level city? Don't you know what kind of trash you are? I only need one hand to knock the 3 of you down." The sarcasm on Zhang Huiya's pretty face grew stronger as she spoke unscrupulously. Creak! Gu Xian and Hu Wuying clenched their fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. They gritted their teeth and glared at Zhang Huiya. Just as they were about to attack, they were stopped by Zhuo Wen. "Don't be impulsive. We still haven't figured out what's going on," Zhuo Wen said indifferently. However, his eyes were filled with a chilling intent. Hearing this, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying also calmed down. They snorted coldly and retreated behind Zhuo Wen, ignoring the sneering Zhang Huiya. "Your captain is sensible. If you had attacked just now, I'm afraid you would have lost your lives," Zhang Huiya sneered. Her pretty face could not help but reveal a smug look. Just when she was about to mock again, she was directly interrupted by Zhuo Wen. "That's enough. If you're done, tell me what happened." Zhuo Wen said coldly as he stared coldly at the unscrupulous Zhang Huiya. Suddenly interrupted by Zhuo Wen, Zhang Huiya could not help but be stunned. The smug look on her face suddenly turned gloomy. She pointed at Zhuo Wen and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you point your finger at me? Did I allow you to speak? Do you believe that I won't tear your mouth apart?" Hearing Zhang Huiya's unruly words, Zhuo Wen finally became a little impatient. The original coldness in his eyes had been replaced by killing intent. The 5 people in front of him were only a team from an intermediate city. The strongest, Zhang Xinya, was only at the advanced Heavenly King stage. The younger Zhang Huiya was at the initial Heavenly King stage. The remaining 3 were only at the Earth King stage. With Zhuo Wen's strength, He could definitely kill the 5 of them in an instant. The moment Zhang Huiya met Zhuowen's murderous eyes, her face suddenly stiffened. Her pretty face became extremely pale, and she swallowed the words that she wanted to say. Zhang Xinya, who had fallen silent, felt Zhuowen's murderous intent, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly changed the topic and said, "Actually, it's like this. Within a few hundred meters of the holy city, there are 2 teams from high-grade cities guarding it. They are waiting for the opportunity to annihilate the other low-grade and middle-grade cities. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid that we will be defeated one by one. Therefore, the reason why we are loitering here is to gather enough teams to fight against the 2 teams from advanced cities outside the city. This is also the reason why we took the initiative to approach the other teams when we found that they were approaching. After all, there is strength in numbers. Although we are only from intermediate and low cities, if we have enough people, we are not afraid of those advanced cities. Therefore, I hope that you can join us. This way, the chances of entering the holy city will be higher." Upon hearing this, Zhuowen was a little surprised. He did not expect that there would be 2 teams from high-grade cities waiting outside the holy city. Obviously, the high-grade cities that had entered the holy city did not want the other middle-grade and low-grade cities to take advantage of the situation. After eliminating the weaker teams from the middle-grade and low-grade cities, only the high-grade cities would be left to compete with each other. Zhang Xinya looked at Zhuowen with some expectation. After Zhuowen released his murderous intent, she faintly felt that the young man in front of her was definitely not weak. At the same time, she was a little surprised that he could release such a murderous intent. How many people had he killed to have such a strong murderous intent? Zhuowen didn't rush to agree. Instead, he pondered for a while and said, "How many teams have you gathered? Also, who are the 2 teams from advanced cities outside the holy city?" "We've already gathered 4 teams from low-level cities. Including you guys, we'll have 5 teams. There are 2 teams from intermediate cities. One is from our Devil Iron City, and the other is from Gangshan City. Gangshan City is stronger than our Devil Iron City. The 2 teams from advanced cities outside the holy city are Azure Dragon City and Jiayu City. These 2 teams are relatively weak." Zhang Xinya didn't hide anything. "Brother Gu, brother Hu, what do you 2 think?" Zhuowen asked the 2 behind him with a smile. "Brother Zhua, you are our team leader. You make the decision." Gu Xin and Hu Wuying shook their heads. "Then we will also join you." After pondering for a while, Zhuowen said with a smile. At this time, Zhuowen didn't want to expose his strength too much. Naturally, Zhuowen wasn't afraid of Azure Dragon City and Jiayu City. However, he was a little afraid of Thunder Universe City and 9 Dragon City. These 2 teams from advanced cities were indeed strong. Even at this time, Zhuowen didn't have the slightest chance of winning against these 2 teams. If he exposed his strength too early, 9 Dragon City and Thunder Universe City might join forces to get rid of him first. At that time, it would be really not worth the loss. Seeing Zhuowen agree, Zhang Xinya's pretty face suddenly showed a trace of joy. Although Zhuowen only came from a low cities, she felt that this young man in front of her wasn't simple. Perhaps he could be of help to their alliance this time. Now that we are considered to be in the same camp, I will now take the 3 of you to join the other teams. At that time, we can go to the Holy City together. Chapter 378. Arrangement Swoosh. 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 Black figures shuttled through the dense forest, causing the birds in the forest to fly into the sky. The crisp chirps of the birds converged into a pleasant melody. Not long after, the figures shuttling through the forest stopped in a rather wide open space. At this time, there were already many people gathered in the open space. These people had obviously heard the wind in the forest, and all of them looked at the forest with vigilance. However, When these people saw a group of people rushing over from the forest, the cautious expression on their faces slowly disappeared. There were even some people who laughed and said, "The 5 from the Devil Iron City have all returned. It seems that they have even brought along new companions." Amidst the teasing of some people in the open space, Zhang Xinya, Zhang Huiya, and the other 4 from Devil Iron City appeared in the open space with Zhuowen and the other 2. Zhuowen. These people on the open space were gathered by us. Among them, there are 4 teams from low-grade cities. The 6 people in the middle of the open space are from another middle-grade city, Gang City. Gang City is slightly stronger than Devil Iron City, and they are the main force to break through into the Holy City this time. Before arriving at the open space, Zhang Xinya introduced the few teams on the open space to Zhuowen in detail. When she introduced Gang City, a hint of fear appeared on Zhang Xinya's pretty face. Zhang Huiya, who had a somewhat unruly personality, recovered from the shock at this time and could not help but snort coldly. It's no different from not having a low-grade city like your Vine Armor City. The main force is still our Devil Iron City and Gang City. When the time comes, you only need to put in a little effort. You're really lucky this time. Completely ignoring Zhang Huiya, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the 6 people in the middle of the open space, especially the young man in yellow, who was leading the 6. Zhang Xinya had already introduced him to Zhuowen on the way here. This young man in yellow was the captain of Gang City, and his name was Zheng Yi. His strength had reached the complete Heavenly King stage, with the foundation of a middle-grade city. Being able to cultivate to the complete Heavenly King stage meant that Zheng Yi was quite talented. When Zheng Yi saw Zhang Xinya and the others, a smile appeared on his handsome face. He slowly walked towards Zhang Xinya, ignoring Zhuowen and the others beside Zhang Xinya. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xinya and said with a smile, "Xinya, this time, we only need the cooperation of Devil Iron City and Gang City to enter the Holy City. It's too superfluous to find trash from a low-grade city." From the beginning to the end, Zheng Yi did not take Zhuowen and the others seriously. After all, Zhuowen and the others were from a low-grade city. To him, having them was as good as not having them. They would not be of much use. Zhang Xinya couldn't help but frown when she sensed Zheng Yi's burning gaze. She said coldly, "Xinya knows that young Master Zheng is very strong, but we're facing 2 high-rank cities. Even if Azure Dragon City and Jeju City don't have any half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts, they have a lot more Heavenly King Realm cultivators than we do. That's not something our 2 mid-rank cities can withstand." Zheng Yi did not mind Zhang Xinya's cold attitude at all. He smiled and said, "I was just joking. These 3 should be the team you just brought back, right?" As he spoke, Zheng Yi's gaze landed on Zhuowen and the others. He said indifferently, "I am Zheng Yi from Gang City. May I know who you are?" Seeing Zheng Yi's perfunctory attitude, Zhuowen could not be bothered with this guy who was bursting with a sense of superiority. He only replied indifferently, "Rattan Armor City is only a low-grade city." After he finished speaking, he walked past Zheng Yi with Gu Xian and Hu Wuying. He casually chose an empty space and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Zheng Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Zhuowen's group of 3 walk past him. These lowly commoners from 3 low-level cities actually didn't give him any face. This made Zheng Yi feel rather displeased, and he looked at the backs of Zhuowen's group with a cold gaze. "Young Master Zheng, if there's nothing else, I'll go and arrange the team first." Zhang Xinya did not have a good impression of Zheng Yi. She said indifferently and walked past him. She arranged the team in the center of the empty space and prepared to go to the Holy City. Zheng Yi's face became even uglier. A trace of anger suddenly appeared on his face. He snorted in a low voice, "Zhang Xinya, there's no woman that I, Zheng Yi, can't get my hands on. As he spoke, Zhang Yi's gaze once again converged on Zhuo Wen and the other two people in a remote corner of the open space. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile as he thought to himself, the lowly people of these three low-level cities have quite a temper. However, these kinds of people usually die the fastest. Deng! The sound of footsteps approaching suddenly interrupted Zhang Yi's thoughts. He slowly raised his head and saw Zhang Huiya standing in front of him. She whispered softly, "Young Master Zhang, are you interested in cooperating with me?" Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Huiya in surprise. He did not expect Zhang Huiya, who had always kept a respectful distance from him, to take the initiative to approach him. Looking at Zhang Huiya's delicate face and delicate body, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with an undetectable strangeness. "Oh, cooperation? Sister Huiya, why do you want to cooperate with me?" Zhang Yi grinned. "Young Master Zhang, you must have seen the arrogant attitude of the three from Rattan Armor City. These lowly people from low-grade cities are very lucky to join our team. They have the opportunity to break through the defenses of Green Dragon City and Jiayu City and enter the Holy City. However, the three of them did not appreciate it at all. Their attitude was even more arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know the power of our middle-grade cities." Zhang Huiya sneered. Zhang Yi was stunned. He did not expect Zhang Huiya to cooperate with him because of Zhuowen and the others. Looking at Zhang Huiya's expression, Zhang Yi guessed that the three of them must have offended the unruly Zhang Huiya in front of him. Otherwise, Zhang Huiya would not have come to him personally. The three of them are really arrogant. They are just lowly people from low-grade cities. How dare they be so arrogant? I don't like it. However, there will be plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson. When the time comes to fight with Green Dragon City and Jiayu City, we only need to do a little trick to make the three of them disappear from this world completely. Zhang Yi smiled coldly, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Zhang Huiya couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. Initially, she only wanted to work with Zhang Yi to teach Zhuo Wen and the other two a lesson. However, she didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so ruthless as to directly kill the three of them. Zhang Huiya looked at Zhang Yi in front of her with fear. This person was so ruthless. No wonder her sister told her not to get close to Zhang Yi. As if seeing the fear on Zhang Huiya's face, Zhang Yi grinned and said jokingly, "What's wrong? Sister Huiya, you can't do it? Or you don't have the courage to do it?" "Nonsense. I also want to kill Zhuowen and the others. How can I not have the courage to do it?" Zhang Huiya quickly retorted with a flushed face after being provoked by Zhang Yi. "If that's the case, then that's for the best." Zhang Yi looked deeply at Zhang Huiya. After discussing some details with her, the two of them parted ways and returned to their respective teams as if nothing had happened. In a corner of the open space, Zhuowen noticed Zhang Huiya and Zhang Yi whispering not far away. He could not help but squint his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Not long after, Zhang Xinyao arranged the other teams in the open space and said loudly, "Everyone knows that the only way to enter the Holy City has been blocked by the Azure Dragon City and Jiayu City, two high-grade cities. Fortunately, the strength of these two cities is not high, and they don't have any half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. So we only need to work together to break through the defenses of Green Dragon City and Jiayu City and enter the Holy City." As soon as Zhang Xinyao spoke, the other teams in the open space became restless. However, they quickly calmed down. This Zhang Xinyao was quite capable. The teams from the other low-level cities in the open space were quite convinced by Zhang Xinyao. No one spoke out against her. The captains of Green Dragon City and Jiayu City are only at the perfect Heavenly King stage. Everyone knows that young Master Zheng Yi from Gangshan City is also at the perfect Heavenly King stage. When the time comes, young Master Zheng will restrain one of the captains and my sister Zhang Huiya, and I will work together to restrain the other captain. As for the other teams from Green Dragon City and Jiayu City, you will need to work together to deal with them. Although we are not as strong as Green Dragon City and Jiayu City, we have a lot more people. The difference in strength can be made up with numbers. We have a high chance of winning this battle. Zhang Xinya's tone was extremely calm from beginning to end. Her watery eyes swept across the open space as she continued, "If no one has any objections, then let's set off now." After Zhang Xinya finished speaking, the other warriors in the open space stood up one after another. They lined up neatly in the center of the open space and looked at Zhang Xinya with reverence in their eyes. After all, Zhang Xinya was beautiful and strong. These warriors of the low-level cities were willing to listen to Zhang Xinya's orders. Zhang Yi, who was standing on the side, was slightly displeased. He was the strongest in the team and had already reached the perfect Heavenly King stage. However, the cultivators from the lower cities only kept a respectful distance from him. On the other hand, Zhang Xinya, who was slightly weaker than him, had a much higher prestige than him. Since everyone agrees, let's set off now. Zhang Xinya nodded in satisfaction and nodded to Zheng Yi. Then, she led the team towards the holy city. Zheng Yi smiled coldly and followed closely behind. Zhuowen and the other two, who were originally sitting in the corner of the open space, didn't say anything. They just followed silently at the back of the team, appearing extremely inconspicuous. However, Zhuowen secretly transmitted his voice to Gu Xian and Hu Wuying beside him. When we fight Green Dragon City and Jiayu City later, try to preserve your strength as much as possible. Zhang Huiya and Zheng Yi are probably up to no good.